The rise of the Spanish Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Influence. Education is the foundation of a strong country, and industry is the basis of a strong country. Since the age of discovery, Spain has experienced both prosperity and decline. It is time to unite and rediscover the light that belongs to Spain. While European powers such as Britain, France, Germany and Austria-Hungary were constantly popularizing education and developing industry, Queen Isabella was living a life of luxury, debauchery, and chaos in the royal palace of Madrid. We finally drove away Queen Isabella and welcomed the rule of His Majesty Carlo and Prime Minister Primo, but we are now faced with the problem of Spain's illiterate rate as high as 70%. We call on Spaniards to voluntarily participate in free scanning education, which will not only improve their cultural level, but also effectively increase our own annual income. According to the survey results of our newspaper, among the more than 70% illiterate people in Spain, only 42% have an annual income of more than 80 pesetas, and nearly 52% of illiterate people have an annual income below the national average. Among the less than 30% of the non-illiterate population, 64% have an annual income of more than 80 pesetas, and only less than 36% have an income below 80 pesetas, including many elderly people and children. In order for Spain to become strong again, to increase our income, and for the future of our children, please actively participate in literacy education, make Spain's future brighter, and make Spain great again. Similar reports began to appear in newspapers in various cities starting from January 1, 1871, and became known to people through various channels. If we just promote the idea of a strong nation through education, it may not have a profound impact on the people. But if we directly point out the income difference between illiterate and literate people, it will naturally attract the attention of the people. In fact, no matter which country or period, the most important issues for the lower class people are only two: having enough food, and clothing, and passing on the family line. As for who the king is, it is not that important to the people. As long as the lower class can survive, they will not oppose the government most of the time. Pablo, have you heard about today's news? It seems that starting from today, His Majesty the King will provide a dinner for those who have not participated in literacy education every day. In a factory on the outskirts of Madrid, two workers were chatting while working. Marbury, where did you hear this news? The middle-aged man named Pablo was a little surprised. Literacy education is free, so why is there a free dinner? Is it really such a good thing? The news has been published in the Spanish Sun, man. Marbury knew that his friends would question this news, because he was also skeptical when he heard the news. If the news had not been told by the newspaper owner himself, who also held up the Spanish Sun and swore that there was such news in the newspaper, Marbury would never have believed such news. Because from the time he was born until now, through so many Spanish governments, he has never heard of any policy of free education or free dinner. Seeing his friend Pablo's hesitant look, Marbury began to persuade him. Man, I know what you are thinking. We can be illiterate, but these kids have to learn something, right? His Majesty the King has done a lot, hasn't he? By not only giving the children free education, but also a free dinner? Even if you don't consider us, you should think more about Patrick's future, right? Today I heard from the newsstand owner that most of us illiterate people with no knowledge and no culture have an annual income of less than 80 pesetas, while most of those who are educated have an income of more than 80 pesetas. Old friend, if you don't want Patrick to follow your old ways, you'd better let him learn something. It's better to be literate than illiterate. In order to expand the impact of this report on the public, Carlo specifically instructed and hired some newspaper sellers to promote the free literacy education and free dinner policy. There are various other news in the newspaper, which will not affect those who want to buy the newspaper anyway. But for those who are reluctant to buy a newspaper, they can also get news from newspapers and spread it to more people. Carlo's original intention was to influence as many people as possible. Perhaps among these Spaniards who have escaped from illiteracy, there might be a few people with some talent for learning. The Spain of this world has attached importance to education at an earlier stage, so it should not be as in high in talents as the Spain in history. Carlo's ambition is not big. If Spain can produce more than 10 Nobel Prize level talents in the next 30 years, Carlo's initial expectations for Spanish education will be met. Hearing his good friend Marbri's advice, Pablo was a little hesitant. After thinking carefully, he gritted his teeth and said, "I will ask when I have a break next time. If free dinner is really provided, Patrick will have to study for a while. Don't worry, buddy. His Majesty Carlo is different from the previous kings. He is a good king who truly cares about the civilians. It is fortunate that, if Prime Minister Primo had not chosen His Majesty Carlo to become the King of Spain, how could we have such a good life?" Mabry said with a smile. He and Pablo were both employees of a small factory under the royal industry. Although the income was not very high, the advantage was that the workers were not exploited that much. They only work about 11 hours a day and have one day off every month, which is much better than workers in some other private factories. Especially on Christmas and New Year's Day, the factory gave them a day off, which made Mabry and Pablo very happy for a long time, because on such important holidays, they also wanted to spend more time with their families and dinner. So what is there to hesitate about? Don't think too much about it. I'll let Patrick go to the literacy center to ask tomorrow. If they still accept people, then I'll go and study tomorrow. I can take care of the family expenses to see his friend stop Patrick from studying because of such a small amount of income, and now that he has finally succeeded in persuading him, he can be considered relieved. Such scenes took place in factories, farms and homes in Madrid and across Spain. Whenever talking about the policies issued by the government, people are always grateful to Carlo and Prime Minister Primo. Especially when they learned that the free dinner was jointly provided by the royal family and the government. The Spaniards finally began to have a favorable impression of the young king from Italy. In fact, providing a free dinner is nothing. After all, even literacy education is free. The problem is that compared with Carlo's predecessor Queen Isabel, the Spaniards were surprised to find that the current King Carlo is even more saintly than a saint. Think about the oppression of farmers by the Spanish government during the reign of Queen Isabel, and the government's continuous reduction of agricultural taxes during the reign of Carlo. There is a huge difference between the two. No matter which country it is, public support is accumulated bit by bit. It is impossible for the people to suddenly express strong love and support for someone. It is only under the subtle influence of a long period of time that they gradually change their attitude towards a person or a force. Carlo did not expect the Spanish to love him fanatically in a short period of time. His short-term goal was to make Spain recognize him as a foreign king and be willing to accept and obey Carlo's rule. The long-term goal is to win over the hearts of the people little by little through various policies and systems, so that the Spaniards will gradually change their attitude towards themselves under long-term influence. Although the progress may be slow, by the time the Spaniards truly identify with him, neither the Bourbon dynasty nor other opposition forces will be able to affect his ruling position in Spain. The future Savoy dynasty is destined to leave a strong mark in Spain. Savoy and Spain will be tied together and become a story legendary along with the revival of Spain. Your Majesty, your propaganda is so effective. A few days after Carlo's public opinion offensive was launched, Prime Minister Primo came to Carlo with a smile on his face to report on the progress of the literacy campaign in the past few days. In the first 10 days of this year, the number of people who signed up for free literacy education in various places has exceeded 100,000, and at present, at least 300,000 people are undergoing literacy education. This figure has increased a lot compared to the same period last year. If everything goes well, the number of people receiving literacy education this year may exceed 2 million. Prime Minister reported the number of people participating in literacy education, and the smile on his face could not be suppressed. 2 million people. Carlo nodded. This number is still affordable. According to the previous estimate of 1 million people, the cost of providing free dinners is at least 5 million pesetas. If the number of people increases to 2 million, the cost of providing free dinners will be as high as 10 million pesetas. However, since it is jointly funded by the royal family and the government, the royal family only needs to pay half, which is actually 5 million pesetas, which is a completely affordable expense for Carlo. The first update of 3,000 words. Please support. It's the 7th day of 10,000 daily views, and 3,000,000 views have been updated. Please support us. Chapter 102 on the Great Powers. Although it is a good thing that more and more people are actively participating in free literacy education, if the number of participants is too large, it will also put considerable pressure on the government. After all, both the simple schools needed for literacy education and the teachers who can impart knowledge are limited. Prime Minister Primo can only try to free up more space for literacy education and provide enough teachers for literacy education as much as possible. Because literacy education only requires a simple teaching of some commonly used Spanish words, some historical and cultural common sense, simple scientific knowledge, etc. Anyone with a high school education or above can actually serve as a literacy education teacher. Prime Minister Primo directly targeted college students who were studying literature. Their knowledge reserves were absolutely sufficient, and teaching them some relatively simple knowledge was naturally easy long as these college students are willing to be literacy teachers in their spare time. The government can provide them with a salary at the national average annual income level. Although this amount of money is not too much, it is indeed a good way to create extra income for many college students. Although many of the students admitted to the university are from wealthy families, it does not exclude talented students from poor backgrounds. By creating extra income in this way, they can also secure their tuition fees and continue their studies in college. Although Spain's literacy education was carried out vigorously, Carlo knew that the most successful period was only in the past few years, because there were a large number of illiterate children who would not generate much income if they stayed at home. People were naturally willing to send them to simple schools for free literacy education. But once these younger children and teenagers have received literacy education, those adults who are also illiterate may not necessarily receive free literacy education. They all have jobs and need to work continuously to earn income to support their families. In their view, free literacy education is a waste of family labor, even though it does not cost money. For some families with lower incomes, earning a little less money may cause the living standards of the entire family to plummet. However, Carlo was already satisfied with the effect. According to the illiterate rate of more than 70% in Spain, there are at least 11 million illiterate people in the country. After a few years of literacy education, the illiterate population can be reduced to less than 8 million, which is less than half of the total population. Although there is still a certain gap compared with other European countries, there is no doubt that there has been great progress compared with Spain a few years ago. On January 25, 1871, Carlo was immersed in the success of popularizing literacy education for only a few days, when Carlo brought Carlo a better news. That is, the mission to the United States had been completed. The current United States is not yet the powerful world policeman that it will become in the future. It is just a weak country that has just ended its civil war not long ago. It's not that Carlo looks down on the United States, but the United States' foundation is far inferior to that of European countries at that time. Even though the US economy and industrial scale were at the level of great powers at that time, if other factors were not taken into consideration and a real fight broke out, the US would most likely not be able to defeat Spain. Spain's weakness is relative. Compared with superpowers such as Britain, France, and Germany, Spain is naturally relatively weak. But compared with small and medium-sized European countries such as Belgium, the Netherlands and Portugal, Spain still has considerable advantages which can firmly suppress Spain. Even Italy cannot do so. If Spain had not long used the wealth plundered from its colonies for pleasure, it would probably still be a powerful colonial empire at this time. Of course, if we only look at the colonial gains and the size of its existing colonies, Spain is still the third largest colonial empire in the world, second only to the two superpowers, Britain and France. Although Spain's colonies in the Americas became independent one after another, Spain's influence on these former colonies still exists. At present, apart from Britain, France, and Germany, which have crushed Spain in terms of population, industry, economy and military, there are few remaining countries that Carlo can pay attention to. The Russian Empire seemed powerful, but like the former Spanish kingdom, it was rotten to the core. Alexander II's reforms seemed to have given Russia a shot in the arm, but in fact they only changed the surface and did not change Russia's internal corrupt foundation. History has already proven the success of Alexander II's reforms. The Russian Empire actually only had less than 50 years left. The Austro-Hungarian Empire looked strong, but in fact, it had numerous internal problems. The transformation of the Austrian Empire into the Austro-Hungarian Empire actually showed the internal problems of the country. The Austrians could no longer stop the rise of Hungary. How long this dual monarchy could exist depended entirely on whether the Hungarians were willing to continue to stay under the rule of the Empire Limited. The reason why the United States was so powerful was not because it had huge industrial and economic strength, but because it sucked the blood of Europe crazily during the two world wars and absorbed a large number of European technical talents. Without these advanced technologies and talents from Europe, no matter how large its industry and economy are, the United States will only be a rising upstart in the eyes of Europeans. Now that Carlo has come to an era when the United States has not yet risen, it is naturally impossible for him to allow the United States to rise as he did in history. Moreover, the United States is not as strong as it appears. Whether it is the racial conflict between blacks and whites, the contradictions between a large number of immigrants, or the differences between the North and South of the United States, it is too fatal for the United States, a country whose history can be written in a book. The American Civil War is actually a microcosm of the domestic conflicts in the United States during this era, to become a world hegemonic country, so that all immigrants' identification with the United States is far stronger than their opposition to the US government. Perhaps the contradictions and conflicts between certain groups in the country can be suppressed. But if the United States cannot quickly become one of the top 3 superpowers in the world, these domestic conflicts will continue to exist until they are resolved or erupt. This problem not only occurs in the United States, but also in countries that have become independent nations from colonies and continue to absorb immigrant populations. If the immigrants only came from one country, there wouldn't be so many conflicts. It would just be a conflict between the colonies and the mother country. But for the United States to continuously absorb immigrants from all over Europe, even including a large number of immigrants from Asia and Africans who came to the United States because of the slave trade, it was truly a spectacular show. Cater's mission to the United States naturally could not be to make friends with the US government, and Carlo had no intention of making friends with the US government. Apart from anything else, the issue of independence in the Cuban colony last year was definitely interfered by American forces. If Spain had not quickly stabilized, and Carlo had not sent Marshal Serrano, who had served as the Governor General of Cuba, to lead the army to Cuba to quell the rebellion, this war of independence would probably have lasted for several years as it did in history, and dealt a heavy blow to the Spanish economy. You should know that Spain's annual fiscal revenue is only 300 million pesetas, but it spent 700 million pesetas to suppress the rebellion in Cuba. This means that the Spanish government needs to invest most of its fiscal revenue into military spending every year in order to successfully suppress the Cuban independence uprising. And what did the Spanish government gain? A Cuban colony that was even more eager for independence, and whose economy was largely destroyed. In other words, Spain now needs to keep a low profile and focus on development, otherwise Carlo would have taken the opportunity to find something for the US government to do. The current Cuban colony still belongs to Spain, but Americans will certainly not give up their covetousness for the Cuban colony. Fortunately, the United States did not have such strong industrial and economic strength at that time, and the Spanish government was not weak, so the US government did not have the courage to start a war against Spain. Historically, the United States endured until 1898, and even expressed its request to the Spanish government in advance to spend $100 million to purchase the Cuban colony. Although it was nearly 30 years later, the US dollar at that time was not cheap at all, and was almost equivalent to 20 million pounds. You have to know that 1898 was the pre-dreadnought era, that is, the era of battleships. It only cost a little over £1 million to build the most powerful battleship at the time. The £20 million that the Americans were willing to pay was enough for Spain at that time to build a navy that was among the top 8 in the world. This is enough to show that the Americans were still somewhat unconfident in their own strength at that time and still attached some importance to Spain. However, the performance of the Spanish government after the war shocked the then lack of confidence in the United States and caused the US government to not only seize the Cuban colony but also seize the Philippines, one of the few large colonies of Spain, making the Spanish colonial empire completely a thing of the past. After the Spanish-American War, Spain's colonies were reduced to a few small areas in Africa, which forced Spain to focus on Morocco and face pressure from Britain and France. The second update of 3,000 words. Please support. It's the 7th day of the 10,000 day update. 6, tenths, 000 have been updated. Please support. There is one more update before 2 o'clock. Chapter 103 buy one get two free Maxim. Carlo gave to Carlo was to go to the United States to find Gatling and Maxim and invite them to come to Spain to work as much as possible. The names of these two people are also quite famous. One is the originator of the machine gun, and the other is a genius designer who is praised as the father of automatic weapons. If these two people can be brought to Spain, Spain's progress in machine guns will definitely have the hope of reaching the world's top level in the future. Even Maxim's talent was not limited to machine guns. He also made considerable achievements in smokeless gunpowder. Smokeless gunpowder is a powerful booster for machine guns. The reason why machine guns are so powerful is definitely one of the main contributors. The task that Carlo gave to Carlo was to invite Gatling and Maxim to work in Spain as much as possible, or at least invite one of them. In terms of the priority of the two, Carlo said that if he could only choose one person to come to Spain, he would try to invite Maxim instead of Gatling. The reason is very simple. Gatling was already quite famous in the United States, and the hand-cranked Gatling machine gun he developed had already shown quite good effects during the American Civil War, and he never stopped his research and development of machine guns. Gatling himself had long been valued by the US government, and it was very difficult to win him over to Spain. Impact on Spain. Carlo is more optimistic about the Maxim. The Maxim machine gun played a great role in the history of World War I and World War II. The Maxim machine gun he developed was also copied and improved by many countries, which is enough to show his talent in machine guns. As the father of automatic weapons, Maxim's technology can be applied not only to machine guns, but also to artillery, able to create a world-class and powerful army. It doesn't matter if Gatling doesn't want to come to Spain, because the hand-cranked machine gun developed by Gatling is already available for purchase. If you can't bring Gatling guns, then bring a few Gatling machine guns and hand them over to the Royal Arsenal for imitation and learning, and then make Spain's own machine guns. The current Gatling hand-cranked machine gun was not that stable. Carlo was more looking forward to Maxim's achievements in machine guns and the Maxim machine gun that Maxim could produce to truly influence the war. On January 28, 1871, Carlo finally met Hiram Stevens Maxim, one of the greatest mechanical geniuses in history and the famous father of automatic weapons. During these few days, Carlo also learned the whole process of Caddy's attempt to win over Maxim. This is indeed the case. Compared to Gatling, which had become famous for its hand-cranked Gatling machine gun, Maxim had no reputation in the United States at that time. Maxim was born in February 1840 and was only 31 years old at the latest. Speaking of which, Caddy was also very puzzled as to why Carlo was determined to win over Maxim, because although Maxim was a mechanical researcher, the patents he invented did not have such a huge effect. Maxim had only a few patents to his name, including his first patented hair curler and a headlamp that could be mounted on a train. In the days when Caddy went to the United States, Maxim was hesitating whether to accept an invitation from an American company to work as an engineer for the electric light company. However, after meeting Caddy, Maxim immediately had a new choice. There was no other way. After all, the conditions offered by Carlo were too attractive for the 31-year-old Maxim to resist. Carlo was also very happy when he learned that Maxim was coming to Spain, because recruiting Maxim was not only equivalent to getting Maxim, a top talent in weapon design, but also one buying and getting weapon design too for free, as his brother Hudson Maxim and his son, Hiram Percy Maxim, who was only 2 years old, also came to Spain together. Although not as famous as his brother, Hudson Maxim was also an outstanding military inventor and had his own achievements in explosives. Maxim's son Hiram Percy Maxim was also an outstanding talent. Like his father, he chose to become a mechanical engineer. He not only invented the gun silencer, but also made certain improvements to the internal combustion engine. Get 2 free offer is naturally very welcome. At the Royal Palace of Madrid, Carlo met the Maxim brothers and welcomed them to Spain from the United States. Mr. Hudson Maxim, Mr. Hiram Stevens Maxim, welcome to Spain. Carlo said to the two with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is our honor to receive your invitation. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Maxim said to Carlo very respectfully. Although he was born in the Republican country of the United States, this does not mean that Maxim was opposed to the monarchy in European countries. His gratitude to Carlo was genuine as Carlo provided him with such generous treatment. Maxim was born in a poor family, and he got a job by virtue of his diligence and love of study. Later, Carlo was willing to offer him a job with higher income, and that he liked more, and Maxim was unwilling to miss this opportunity, which was also the reason why he persuaded his brother to come to Spain with him. Maxim was more willing to leave the United States and go to a new place. The reason is very simple: new development opportunities. It is true that he is keen on invention and design, but what he is more interested in is firearms, such as the design of automatic weapons. Although the United States also has a hand-cranked Gatling machine gun, in Maxim's view, such a design is not truly automated, but just to trick his own automatic weapon in his mind, and the position that Carlo gave him was the weapons design engineer of the Royal Arsenal, which was a perfect match for Maxim's idea. Both Maxim brothers would serve as weapons design engineers at the Royal Arsenal, which happened to be the same hobby that the brothers had. The real estate and 5,000 pesetas of resettlement funds that Carlo promised them would also allow them to quickly find a place to settle down in Spain and better adapt to their new life in Spain. Carlo still attached great importance to the Maxim brothers. Although they had not been involved in weapons research and development before, Carlo was still willing to give them an annual salary of 2,000 pesetas, and said that, as long as their design made some progress, he could give them a salary increase and award them at any time. The two were naturally very satisfied with such a salary. After all, they were not famous inventors in the United States, and it was impossible for them to have a high salary of thousands or tens of thousands of pesetas at the beginning. Along with the Maxim brothers, came the equally famous Gatling, or hand-cranked Gatling machine gun, to Spain. Yes, Gatling finally chose to stay in the United States, and did not accept the invitation from the King of Spain. But this doesn't matter to Carlo. With the two Maxim brothers, Gatling's role is not that important. Because of Carlo's order, Kadir finally brought back several hand-cranked Gatling machine guns to provide to the Royal Arsenal for related research. Was born around 1883, passed the test and officially applied for a patent in 1884. This year is only 1871, which is at least 12 years away from that time. However, considering that Maxim had only been researching machine guns for a few years, Carlo was optimistic that he would develop the Maxim machine gun before 1883. When talking about the history of Maxim's development of the machine gun, we have to mention an equally famous figure, Edison, known as the Great Inventor. Yes, during this period of time, Edison was everywhere in the United States, which is also the reason why Edison's reputation became worse and worse. Although Edison did have a certain talent for invention, he was more of a capitalist, and a capitalist who constantly suppressed other inventors. Maxim was born in the United States, but had to flee to Britain because of Edison's suppression of him. This ultimately benefited Britain, as it gained Maxim, the famous weapons design genius. If Maxim had started research on machine guns earlier, with the help of Carlo and the Spanish government, I believe Maxim would have been able to achieve relevant research results earlier. As long as Spain can have machine guns and more advanced artillery, Carlo will not be afraid of any country in the land war. Regardless of the combat effectiveness of other countries, in the land wars of this era, the difference in weapons and the advancement of military doctrines directly affect the direction of the war. The reasons why the Prussian army was able to defeat the French army also included the large number of French armed line infantry and the fact that Krupp cannons could shoot farther and more stably than French cannons. If the military concepts and weapons technology of both sides were at the same level, Prussia would definitely not be able to defeat the French army. This is why Carlo is determined to develop machine guns and semi-automatic artillery. Once Spain takes the lead in machine guns and semi-automatic artillery, the Spanish army will become the top army in Europe. With a strong army, the Spanish government now has the confidence to control its own destiny. Carlo's military development plan for Spain will focus entirely on the development of the army in the next few years. Of course, the overall size of Spain's army will not change much, but there will be more improvements in weapons technology. As for the navy, its development must wait until Spain has built sufficient industry and economy. It's not that Carlo is unwilling to develop the navy, but the navy costs more money than the army and is more difficult to develop. Why did only a few major powers participate in the naval arms race before World War I? Because other countries simply cannot afford to build a navy. The cost of building an ironclad ship today is easily hundreds of thousands or even millions of pounds, and the cost of building a battleship in the future will exceed £1 million, the fuel costs of warships, etc., which add up to an astronomical figure. The current Spanish government is still incapable of managing the navy. Even if it can build a navy, it will only have a few small and medium-sized warships. If the current Spanish government were to grit its teeth and build ironclad ships, that would be truly beyond belief. Not to mention whether the Spanish government's financial situation can support the maintenance of the navy. The British alone can cause considerable trouble. Spain's geographical location is already very important. If it continues to blindly develop its navy, the British will definitely be worried. The British were worried, so how could Spain have fewer troubles? Spain's reputation as a troublemaker was not in vain. If Spain could develop a naval development plan today, Britain could support the independence of Cuba and the Philippines tomorrow and completely oppose Spain's colonial expansion in Africa. This is also the reason why Carlo formulated the army development plan. Spain can become the strongest army in Europe. Developing the army will not touch the bottom line of the British, and it will also mean that there will be a period of peace between Britain and Spain. There is no way. It is still the glorious Victorian era in Britain. Not to mention Spain. Even the Germans have to admit the glory of the British. As long as they keep a low profile for now, the British will not take the initiative to provoke Spain. Because the British are also wealthy and powerful, they also have various conflicts with other countries. After Prussia defeated France, the conflict between Britain and France was not so intense. At present, the most intense competition with Britain is Russia, and the two sides have launched an extremely fierce colonial competition in Central Asia. Compared with the Russians, the Spanish were not taken seriously by the British. As long as Spain could develop honestly and low-key, the British would not cause trouble for themselves. The third update of 4,000 words. Please support. It's the 7th day of 10,000 daily views, and 10,000,000 views have been updated. Please support us. Chapter 104 Labor Policy. As time entered 1871, there was one thing that concerned the Spaniards and many European royal families, the marriage of King Carlo of Spain. Now Carlo has firmly established himself on the throne of Spain, and he is about to turn 20, which is the age for European aristocrats to get married countries. Firstly, Spain's geographical location is indeed important. Secondly, Spain's overall national strength is not bad either, and it is considered to be in the first tier below the great powers. What's more, Carlo was the son of King Vittorio Emanuele II of Italy. His marriage to the Spanish royal family was actually also a marriage to the Italian royal family. Because Carlo's mother Adelaide had passed away, the European royal family took the initiative to find Carlo and Carlo's father Vittorio Emanuele II. Seeing the letters from different European royal families and the photos interspersed in the letters, Carlo was almost overwhelmed. It's okay that there are some princesses of the right age, but how come there are even little girls who have just turned 10? Look at the letter sent to me by my sister, Princess Maria Pia, which actually recommends the Princess of Portugal. Carlo rubbed his brows and wrote a letter back to his sister, in which he said that he had no plans to marry Portugal for the time being. Apart from anything else, the marriage between Portugal and Spain is impossible to happen now. The British absolutely do not want to see Portugal and Spain unite. A unified Iberian Peninsula will be a powerful enemy of Britain in the Western Mediterranean. As the saying goes, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Alliance. But this union was obviously not as smooth as the union between the Kingdom of Castile and the Kingdom of Aragon more than 100 years ago. The Kingdom of Castile and the Kingdom of Aragon united to create the powerful Kingdom of Spain, while the union between Spain and Portugal made the people of the two countries begin to hate each other. Besides, marrying a Portuguese princess was not in Carlo's own interests. Even if he could form an alliance with Portugal, the disadvantages it would bring to Spain would far outweigh the advantages. Britain will definitely destroy the alliance between Portugal and Spain, which will not only make the Spanish government miss the golden opportunity for development, but the Portuguese and Spanish will also become more conflicted under the constant provocation of the British. Because of Queen Victoria's hemophilia, Carlo excluded the British royal family from his marriage partners from the beginning. Among all the European powers, there are only 3 countries, Germany, Austria, and Russia, whose royal families can marry Carlo. If Carlo had to choose, he would prefer Germany for marriage. Germany itself does not have too many problems, and will perform very well in the First World War. On the contrary, the domestic problems of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia were full of contradictions, and basically beyond redemption. However, after the end of World War I, Germany, Austria, and Russia all abolished the monarchy, so the shortcomings of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia were not that great. Among these 3 countries, Carlo would definitely choose Germany first, followed by Austria-Hungary, and finally Russia. Germany and Austria-Hungary will be stronger industrially, and their military technology can also help gain Spain practical and effective improvements. Although Russia has a larger population and richer resources, it is far inferior to Germany and Austria-Hungary in terms of industry and economy. In fact, before the outbreak of World War I, the initial alliance was the Triple Alliance between Germany, Russia, and Austria. But why did it eventually evolve into the Franco-Russian alliance? Because the French firmly grasped the economic lifeline of the Russians through continuous financial assistance. But there is a problem at present. The Hohenzollern and Habsburg families do not seem to have many princesses of the right age to marry Carlo. Fortunately, Carlo was not in a hurry at this time. He could choose his favorite candidate while waiting for news from the royal families of other countries. In February 1871, the Spanish government approved another major project, which was to build a railway across southern Morocco. Because there are no railways in Morocco, this section of railway needs to be fully invested and constructed by the Spanish government. The total length of the railway is more than 300 kilometers. The railway starts in Agadir, the capital of the southern Moroccan colony, and ends in the southernmost city of Tantan, passing through smaller cities such as Tiznit and Gulmim. In order to strengthen control over the interior of the colony of southern Morocco, the railway also has a branch that runs eastward from Agadir, passing through Gruden and Tata, basically connecting all the larger cities and towns in the colony. Because it was a colonial railway, the Spanish government did not plan to invite bids for the project, but instead invested in its own construction. The good news is that the southern Moroccan southern colony has millions of Moroccans who can serve as laborers in the construction of the railway. Part of the Moroccan compensation can also be invested in the construction of the railway. The total length of 300 kilometers of railway will not cost too much money. Overall, this railway is a sure win. After the railway is completed, all resources in southern Morocco can be easily transported to Agadir by rail and then shipped to Spain via the port. Morocco also has a lot of mineral resources, including phosphates that can be used to make fertilizers. Speaking of phosphates, an uninhabited area in southern Morocco, which later became Western Sahara, also has considerable phosphate reserves. According to the agreement reached between the Spanish and British governments in the last treaty, the British government will not prevent Spain from colonizing the Western Sahara region, which also means that the entire Western Sahara region is basically in Spain's pocket. It is easy to understand why the British agreed to Spain's colonization of Western Sahara. After all, Western Sahara is a region mostly composed of deserts. It is not only sparsely populated, but also has very low overall economic value. It would be acceptable to the British if they could use this area to attract the attention of the Spanish government and temporarily prevent Spain's expansion into northern Morocco. What the British really care about are areas rich in mineral resources and fertile land, so they can naturally give up areas like Western Sahara. For Spain, both southern Morocco and Western Sahara play a very important role. The rich phosphate mines in these two regions allow Spain to vigorously develop the chemical fertilizer industry and quickly popularize the use of chemical fertilizers. Although Spain's land has many inherent shortcomings, the large-scale use of chemical fertilizers can also increase Spain's overall crop yields. Increasing crop yields means being able to feed a larger population, which is good news for the Spanish government. According to Carlo's future plan, Spain's population must exceed 20 million at least, before it can have the confidence to return to being a great power. If Spain wants to control its own destiny and avoid becoming a pawn on the world chessboard, it must have a population of at least 30 million and an industry and economy that are among the top 5 in the world. This is still a huge challenge for Spain at present, and it may take decades to achieve this goal. At least in the first 10 years, it is basically invisible. It is already very good to complete Primo's reform within 10 years. If Spain wants to be strong, it may have to rely on the opportunities of the future Boer War and World War I. The Spanish government did not intend to take a soft approach to its colonial policy in the southern Moroccan colony. Although Moroccans are white, they are not Orthodox Europeans, and are destined not to become the main ethnic group in Spain. Except for a small number of Moroccans who were able to assimilate, or were willing to accept Spanish rule, the remaining Moroccans were treated as ordinary African natives. Apart from creating a steady stream of economic benefits for the Spanish government, they have no other value. However, compared to the small number of black natives, the treatment of white people in Morocco is a little better. Although Moroccan white workers also have to do relatively tiring work, their working hours are limited to 12 hours and they can get 2 meals a day. The black laborers worked more than 14 hours a day, and their only food was one meal of black bread that was barely enough to fill their stomachs. The so-called black bread is made of flour mixed with sawdust and bran. It has extremely low production costs, and is the food provided to the indigenous people in most European countries. Of course, there are also many capitalists who will provide it to factory workers. After all, for capitalists, the most important thing is how to reduce factory expenses. As for whether such black bread will kill people, what does it have to do with the factory? Prime Minister Primo could also understand Carlo's disgust towards black people. Such an attitude was not surprising in this era, and Prime Minister Primo himself did not have a good impression of black people. It was precisely because the two people with the highest power and status in the Spanish government hated black people so much that the colonial policy in southern Morocco was like hellish torture for black people. Since the railway officially started construction in February 1871, an average of at least 2-digit black workers died at their jobs every day, and the number of black workers dying every day was still increasing. Perhaps it won't be long before the southern Moroccan colony will become a pure land with only white people, and black people will completely disappear from this area. The first update of 3,000 words. Please support. Chapter 105 Archduchess Sophie. Carlo was not in a hurry to find the Queen through marriage, but Vittorio Emanuele II, who was far away in Rome, was impatient for Carlo's marriage. Vittorio Emanuele II and Archduchess Adelheid had 8 children in total, 3 of whom died in infancy. Now that the remaining children have finally grown up, Vittorio Emanuele II is looking forward to all his children getting married as soon as possible, so that the Savoy bloodline can continue to grow. Crown Prince Umberto and Duke Amadeo were both married, and next it was Carlo's turn, who was about to turn 20. After learning that Carlo had certain requirements for the candidate for the Queen, Vittorio Emanuele II asked his new wife Rosa to personally travel to Germany, Austria, and Russia to find a suitable marriage partner for Carlo. Although the relationship between Italy and Austria-Hungary was not very good, Vittorio Emanuele II still chose to include Austria-Hungary as one of the countries to be investigated, hoping to find a queen for Carlo who would meet the political interests and satisfy Carlo. Vittorio Emanuele II actually hoped that the right person would appear in Germany or Russia. However, Queen Rosa visited Germany and Russia and found that there was no suitable marriage partner in the two royal families. There was one in the Romanov family, but the princess's appearance was not acceptable, and she had a tomboyish personality, which was obviously not Carlo's type. There is no choice now. Indeed, the only country that has not been actually inspected is the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Although the relationship between Italy and Austria-Hungary was not very good, Queen Rosa was still welcomed by the Habsburg family when she arrived in Austria-Hungary. Although Queen Rosa was a queen who married a nobleman and a commoner, the European royal families had long known that the purpose of Queen Rosa's trip was not for Italy, but for the King of Spain. It was not logical for the Austro-Hungarian Empire to refuse the marriage with Spain. Moreover, Carlo's mother, Archduchess Adelheid, was also from the Austrian nobility, and Carlo was half Austrian nobility. Unlike the German and Russian royal families, the Austro-Hungarian royal family not only had suitable marriage partners, but also had two, both daughters of the Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph. The eldest daughter, Archduchess Sophie Frederick Dorothea Maria Josepha, was born on March 5, 1855. She is 16 years old this year, which is a good age for marriage. The second daughter, Gisela Louise Mary, is 1 year younger than her sister Sophie, and is almost 15 years old this year, so her age is also very consistent. The Austro-Hungarian Empire also met Carlo's requirements. Austria's industrial strength was still very strong, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire as a whole could help Spain. This was also the marriage condition that Carlo personally proposed to Vittorio Emanuele II. Twists and turns, the right candidate was still in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Vittorio Emanuele II was somewhat helpless, but for the sake of his son's lifelong event, he asked Queen Rosa to prepare several photos of Archduchess Sophie and Archduchess Gisela, along with a brief introduction of the two Archduchess identities, and sent them to the royal palace in Madrid, Spain. If all goes well, we can basically get engaged this year and hold the wedding next year or the year after. Thinking that Carlo's lifelong affair could finally be resolved, Vittorio Emanuele II, whose face had not smiled for the past few days, finally showed a little smile and seemed to relax a little. It was several days later when the letter with the photo attached arrived at the royal palace in Madrid. Although Vittorio Emanuele II arranged special personnel to escort the letter, the logistics conditions in this era were not as convenient as those in later generations. It would take at least several days from Vienna to Madrid. When Carlo received the letter, he was somewhat helpless. He did not expect that, after traveling to this world, he would still be urged to get married. Who would dare to believe that the King of Spain would be troubled by the choice of the Queen? However, this situation is also related to Europe's strict emphasis on bloodline. Marriages between nobles place great emphasis on bloodline and matching of family backgrounds. Although marriages between nobles and commoners were feasible, a huge price had to be paid for it. If Carlo married a girl of lower status, his offspring would not have the right to inherit the Spanish throne. This alone was fatal, as it narrowed down Carlo's candidates for queen to a very small range, basically only princesses from the royal families of European countries and the daughters of some grand dukes. Carlo also had to consider the help that the marriage partner could provide to Spain, which reduced the already small range even further, to just a few people. Considering age and personality, it is extremely difficult to find a suitable marriage. Although he felt a little helpless, Carlo still decided to read the letter. After all, it was sent in the name of Vittorio Emanuele II, and Carlo had already told his father about the conditions of the marriage, so it was unlikely that Vittorio Emanuele II would send the letter easily. When I opened the letter, what caught my eye were a few photos and a piece of white paper with a brief introduction. In fact, there is no need for too much introduction, because the royal family members of various countries are not a big secret, and relevant information can be obtained with a little investigation. The most important thing is the photos. There are 4 photos in total, 2 of each of the 2 heroines. In terms of appearance, both princesses are quite beautiful. When Carlo saw their identity introduction, he was a little confused. I still remember Archduchess Carlo Gisela, Leopold. All of these 5 people are famous. Except for William II, the others have outstanding talents in military command, and are also extremely outstanding military generals of the German Empire during World War I. The love story between Franz Joseph and his wife Princess Sissi is still very famous in later generations. As a senior fan of foreign history, Carlo naturally knew about it. The couple had only 4 children in total, and Carlo certainly knew who this so-called Archduchess Sophie was. She was the eldest daughter of Franz Joseph. However, Carlo vaguely remembered that the Archduchess seemed to have died of typhoid fever at the age of 2. How come she is still alive and well now? Could it be that his arrival had caused her change in the world line? Carlo was a little confused, but thinking about how his original body also died young, and the fate of Archduchess Sophie was somewhat similar, he suddenly became interested. Although marriage with the Austro-Hungarian Empire was only Carlo's backup plan, it seemed to be the only option at the moment. The letter also mentioned the current situation of the German and Russian royal families. Unless the side branches of the Hohenzollern and Romanov families were chosen, there would be no suitable princess to marry Carlo. After looking at a few photos carefully, Carlo made up his mind. Compared to the 15-year-old Archduchess Gisela, Carlo prefers the 16-year-old Archduchess Sophie. In addition to the age factor, another point is that Archduchess Sophie is more beautiful than Archduchess Gisela. Since the two have the same identity, Carlo would naturally choose the better looking one, which at least looks more comfortable, right? However, the choice is the choice, and the specific arrangements still need to be completed by Queen Rosa. At least 1 or 2 banquets will be needed to discuss the relevant marriage matters. After writing a reply letter to Vittorio Emanuele II, Carlo also began to prepare for his visit to Austria-Hungary. Whether a marriage is suitable or not can only be determined through personal experience, and Carlo will not make hasty decisions about his or her life simply by looking at photos. In addition, the visit to the Austro-Hungarian Empire also had other purposes, such as seeking loans from Austrian capital and seeking industrial support from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Although the Austrian Empire was defeated in the war with Prussia, the current Austro-Hungarian Empire is still at an upper middle level among the great powers, much stronger than Italy, which is at the bottom of the great powers, can definitely rank 5th in the world after Britain, France, Germany, and Russia, and the gap between it and France, Germany, and Russia is not too big. Currently, the only country that is leading the way among the great powers is Britain, and it is thanks to its powerful navy and the support of India that Britain has been able to achieve a gap in industrial economy. However, this lead could not be maintained for long. With the rise of Germany and the United States, the gap between Britain and other powers would become smaller and smaller, and eventually be eliminated due to one war after another. As one of the German countries, Austria's industrial level has always been top-notch in Europe. They are also good at designing cannons, and have also produced many geniuses in physics and chemistry. Apart from anything else, with the support of Italy and Austria-Hungary, Carlo has more confidence to occupy the entire Congo River basin. The biggest competitors here are Britain and France, and the Germans are more like spoilers. Considering the gap between Britain, France, and Spain, the Germans will definitely not support Britain and France, but are more likely to support Spain. Even if Germany remained neutral, Carlo, with the support of Austria-Hungary and Italy, did not have to worry about colonial competition with Britain and France. What's more, the Triple Alliance was about to be established in a few years, and the beginning of the Triple Alliance was the alliance between Austria-Hungary and Russia. From this perspective, through a marriage with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Spain can establish relations with both Germany and Russia. Although this relationship is not that strong, the Russians will definitely not support Britain, and this can be fully exploited. As long as Spain gave up some of its interests to Austria-Hungary and Germany, it could basically get these two countries to support Spain's colonial operations in Congo. Moreover, the division of Africa among countries in the competition for the Congo River basin would have to wait for several more years, by which time Spain would have restored a certain degree of strength through reforms. To a certain extent, Carlo was not afraid of the threat from the British. As the saying goes, the barefoot are not afraid of the shod. Spain can afford to lose Cuba and the Philippines, but can the British afford to lose India? It is of no benefit for the British to waste time with Spain, because they have colonies all over the world and there are problems that need to be solved everywhere. Second update, please support Chapter 106 Visit to Austria-Hungary. No matter what the outcome will be, in Carlo's view now, marriage with the Austro-Hungarian Empire is definitely one of the most correct options. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was one of the 5 traditional European powers: Britain, France, Germany, Austria, and Russia, and had a very strong foundation in both economy and industry. Although it was defeated by Prussia a few years ago, the powerful France was also defeated by Prussian cannons. From this comparison, we can see that the Franco-Austrian War made the Austrian Empire see the power of French artillery, and it changed its mind and built new and more powerful artillery. The artillery replaced by the Austrian Empire played a role in the Austro-Prussian War a few years later, causing the Prussian army to suffer from Austrian artillery. If the Austrian army had not had a large gap with the Prussian army in terms of rifles, the Austro-Prussian War would probably not have ended so easily. At that time, the Prussian army had begun to equip itself with breech-loading rifles with faster loading speeds, while the Austrian army was still using muzzle-loading rifles with paper-wrapped bullets. In terms of firing rate, for every shot fired by the Austrian musketeers, the Prussian army could counterattack with 4 to 5 shots. Coupled with the old-fashioned tactic of firing squad, Austria's failure was actually inevitable. Because the Austrian Empire suffered heavy casualties due to the firing squad tactic, the French government did not even have time to intervene before the Austrian government requested peace talks with Prussia. It was precisely because of the pain suffered by Austria's artillery the military industries of Germany, France, and Austria was not that big at this time, were all at the top level of this era, which was a great help to Spain. Since the decision had already been made to form an alliance with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Carlo naturally had nothing to hesitate about. No matter what Archduchess Sophie is like, as long as the Austro-Hungarian Empire behind her can provide help to Spain, Carlo's goal will be achieved. If Archduchess Sophie's personality is what he likes, then everyone will be happy. Even if she is not what he likes, Carlo can keep a few lovers he likes and ensure that he will not be treated badly. At least Archduchess Sophie's appearance is absolutely acceptable. Even if there is no emotional foundation, this marriage is at least acceptable to Carlo. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, to promote economic cooperation between Spain and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is just a normal diplomatic visit between 2 countries. Although Spain is not a great power, it is still a long-established colonial country, and is definitely one of the best among non-great powers in Europe. Economic cooperation between these 2 powerful countries is mutually beneficial, and there is no unusual reaction among the people of the 2 countries, not just a simple diplomatic visit. Because the king would not be present during an ordinary diplomatic visit, this was more like a meeting between the royal families of the 2 countries. Why did they meet? Of course, it was because of some cooperation between the royal families, such as Carlo's marriage, which had attracted the attention of the entire European royal family. In fact, Carlo himself is not that important. In theory, a king's marriage would not attract the attention of all European royal families. But if it is a country of Spain's level, it is not surprising that it attracts the attention of the royal families of some powerful countries. It is no exaggeration to say that the royal families of Britain, Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia are all paying attention to Carlo's marriage. If Carlo's father, Vittorio Emanuele II, is added, it means that all the major European countries are paying attention to this matter. The reason is certainly not because of Carlo, but because of the Spanish kingdom behind Carlo. The kingdom of Spain was not weak in strength, but its location was too geographical important. Britain naturally did not want Germany and Russia to marry Spain, because this would likely undermine its strategic layout in the Mediterranean. The French are also paying attention to this. After all, who wants to be attacked from both sides? If the royal families of Germany and Spain come together, France, sandwiched between Germany and Spain, will be in trouble. Although Russia does not have such a strong intention to form an alliance with Spain, it is willing to do so if it can put some obstacles in the way of the British. The remaining Austro-Hungarian Empire was naturally willing to marry Spain. Austro-Hungarian Empire was in the same situation as Italy, with its entire coastline along the Mediterranean. This also means that, if the powerful Austro-Hungarian Empire wants to develop its navy, it will definitely be constrained by Britain. If the Austro-Hungarian Empire's navy wanted to leave the Mediterranean, it had to depend on the attitude of the British. How could Austro-Hungarian Empire, which was also a great power, tolerate this? If Spain is on good terms, then if something major happens in the future, the Austro-Hungarian navy will have hope of entering the Atlantic Ocean through the Strait of Gibraltar. The attitudes of different countries towards Carlo's diplomatic visit were obviously different. However, considering the conflicts between Austria-Hungary and Italy, this marriage was actually acceptable. For the British Empire, an alliance between Spain and Austria-Hungary was much better than one with Germany or Russia. For France, it is good news that it has avoided being attacked from both sides. After traveling by sea and land for several times, Carlo and his party finally arrived at Vienna, the capital of Austria, the center of power of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is worth mentioning that, although Carlo's last trip to the Kingdom of Italy was just a normal trip, it was more like a formal diplomatic visit. A large number of officials arrived in Italy with Carlo, and a certain cooperation agreement was reached between Spain and Italy. However, this nominal diplomatic visit did not bring so many officials with him. Apart from a few hundred guards who protected Carlo's safety, there were only some servants and a small number of diplomatic officials accompanying Carlo. As soon as Carlo arrived at the border of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he was warmly welcomed by the Austro-Hungarian government. An Austro-Hungarian army followed Carlo and his entourage to provide protection and ensure that Carlo's visit would not cause any problems within the Austro-Hungarian Empire. After all, there were still some relatively radical people in this era, and various assassinations occurred from time to time, mainly targeting senior government officials and royal family members. After all, Carlo is the king of Spain. If something goes wrong on the territory of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it will have a huge impact on both the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Spain. Therefore, Carlo's safety is definitely one of the topics that the Austro-Hungarian government attaches the most importance to, and it is also the reason why the Austro-Hungarian Empire directly mobilized part of its troops for protection. The train arrived all the way to Vienna, the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Carlo met with senior government officials and royal family members of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was a relatively unique dual monarchy on the European continent, and its imperial government was also relatively unique. The Austro-Hungarian Empire can be completely seen as two parts, one part consisting of the original Austrian Empire, and the other part consisting of the Kingdom of Hungary with a high degree of autonomy. As the Emperor of Austria-Hungary, Franz Joseph I was the Emperor of the Austrian Empire and the King of the Kingdom of Hungary. Although it looked like a single country, the government of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was divided into two parts, the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Hungary. One country, two governments. This also represents the biggest problem of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at present, namely the contradiction between the Austrians, as the main body of the empire, and the Hungarians who desire greater autonomy sector, a considerable portion of which was transported to the Austrian Empire, and supplied to the Austrians. This also leads to the Hungarians feeling unbalanced. The grain they grow here is transported to Austria, and the large farmers don't even get much compensation. Isn't this too much? The various conflicts between the Royal Hungarian government and the Austrian imperial government also led to the direct disintegration of the Austro-Hungarian Empire after its defeat in the war. Austro-Hungarian Empire, one of the 5 major powers in Europe, thus became history. In fact, the decline of the Austrian Empire can be seen from the Austro-Prussian War. The legal system of the Austrian Empire came from the Holy Roman Empire, which once ruled the entire German region and most of Italy of the Kingdom of Prussia. Austria's rule over the Holy Roman Empire gradually faced more severe challenges. Under the threat from the powerful enemy France, the Holy Roman Emperor at the time had to give up the throne of the Holy Roman Empire and become the Emperor of the Austrians. This is also the origin of the establishment of the Austrian Empire. The history that followed is more familiar. Hungary, it still maintained its strength as a great power. However, the main ethnic group in the Austro-Hungarian Empire was not many Germans, but there were a large number of Czechs, Slovaks, Hungarians, etc. This problem has always troubled the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If it cannot be solved, it will be like a time bomb buried in the body of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which may explode at any time and cause the disintegration of the entire empire. Current Prime Minister of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is Gyula Andrássy. His previous position was Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Hungary. It is said that he was also the lover of Princess Sissi. Of course, leaving aside such rumors whose origins are unknown, the fact that the Hungarian Prime Minister served as the Prime Minister of the Austro-Hungarian Empire already meant that the Austrian Empire had to pay attention to the opinions of the Hungarians, and they could no longer exercise overwhelming rule over the Hungarians as before. After a brief meeting with Austro-Hungarian government officials, Carlo was led by members of the Austro-Hungarian royal family to one of the palaces in Europe, the Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna. The history of Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna can be traced back to 1743, when Queen Mary II ordered the construction of a palace in the southwest of Vienna. Palace is also named Schönbrunn Palace. It is the summer palace of the Habsburg royal family of the Austrian Empire, and one of the royal residences. The entire Schönbrunn Palace is very large, and deserves to be one of the largest palaces in Europe. A grand welcome ceremony for Carlo. Regardless of the purpose of Carlo's visit, as the King of Spain, he was entitled to enjoy the grand welcome banquet hosted by the Austro-Hungarian government and royal family. Although Spain was weak, that was still the period when the Spanish Empire was still strong. The current Kingdom of Spain is still one of the more powerful countries in Europe. Compared with small and medium-sized countries such as Belgium and the Netherlands, the Kingdom of Spain is obviously more worthy of the respect of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is no exaggeration to say that among all European countries, except for the 6 countries of Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Austria, and Italy, Spain should be ranked 7th in Europe, at least in the eyes of all European countries. Of course, one of the reasons why Carlo was so warmly welcomed was that he was half Austrian aristocratic. Although Carlo's mother, Archduchess Adelheid, is no longer with us, his bloodline from the Austrian nobility cannot be faked. The European nobility was originally a family connected by bones and tendons. Whether it was the King of Spain, members of the Savoy dynasty, or the bloodline of the Austrian nobility, it was enough to attract the attention of the Habsburg family. Franz Joseph also appeared at the welcome party for Carlo, but he only had a brief conversation with Carlo and then left on the grounds of being busy with government affairs. Carlo was also happy and comfortable. He enjoyed a dinner accompanied by the Habsburg royal family and then went to a room that had been arranged for him to rest. The first update of 4,000 words. Please support. Chapter 107 on marriage. In Vienna, is still very comfortable as April is approaching. Carlo traveled to this world, and Austria is the 3rd country he has visited. Although the 3 countries are not far apart, there are obvious differences in climate. Spain and Italy both have a Mediterranean climate, but Italy has a humid climate, while Spain has a dry climate. As for Vienna, it has a mountain climate, and is colder than Madrid and Italy in southern Europe. But if we have to consider development potential and geographical location, Spain actually has a more advantageous geographical location. There are only 2 countries in the entire Iberian Peninsula: Portugal and Spain. Portugal's strength cannot pose a threat to Spain, and the land bordering France in the north is blocked by the Pyrenees Mountains, with only 2 small gaps in the east and west. This also means that Spain only needs to defend the 2 gaps in the east and west of the Pyrenees Mountains to turn the entire Iberian Peninsula into a strategic point that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it can also control the Strait of Gibraltar and control the Mediterranean outlet to the Atlantic Ocean. If the land environment was not so bad, and if Spain had not attached great importance to the development of its homeland since the British Empire, and if the royal family and senior government officials were not greedy for pleasure, I'm afraid that Austria would be the one seeking favor now. Italy and Austria both have great geographical disadvantages. Although the Apennine Peninsula, where Italy is located, has mountains in the north, the south is flat. What's more, the Apennine Peninsula is relatively long and narrow, with no strategic depth. Whenever Italy encounters a country with a strong navy like Britain, most of its territory may face the threat of being bombed. In addition, because all the coastlines are located in the Mediterranean, it is difficult for the navy to reach the Atlantic Ocean or the Indian Ocean from the 2 outlets of the Mediterranean, and its overall development is greatly restricted. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was not much better. Although it had greater strategic depth, it bordered 3 great powers, Germany, Russia, and Italy, and was also adjacent to the famous powder keg of the Balkan Peninsula. Although the Austro-Hungarian Empire was indeed powerful, it was surrounded on all sides, and was powerless to reverse the situation even with its tremendous strength. It is precisely because of this that after the end of the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War, the strategic policy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire has undergone a major change. The original Prime Minister of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was Friedrich Ferdinand von Beust, a man who was well known for hating Prussia and doing his best to prevent the unification of North and South Germany. Although Friedrich Ferdinand von Beust worked hard to establish the Austro-Hungarian Empire and strengthen the Habsburg dynasty's international influence, however, because his anti-Prussian policies could lead to a powerful conflict between the unified German Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he was eventually dismissed from the position of Prime Minister and replaced by the current Austro-Hungarian Foreign Minister Gyula Andrássy. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's change in attitude from hostility towards Prussia to friendship with Germany was also inseparable from the increasingly tense situation in the Balkans. Although most of the Balkan Peninsula is currently controlled by the Ottoman Empire, there is a reason why the Ottoman Empire was called the sick man of West Asia. This empire, which had been established for hundreds of years, had long been rotten internally. Although it still possessed an extremely vast territory, its internal problems had become increasingly serious. The Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia launched a fierce struggle in the Balkan Peninsula, friends with the German Empire to avoid being sandwiched between Germany and Russia. In addition, in order to appease the Hungarians, Gyula Andrássy's rise to power became inevitable. Before becoming the Prime Minister of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he served as the Prime Minister of Hungary and firmly supported the dual monarchy policy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which was also the reason why he was able to succeed in the end. After becoming the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Prime Minister of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Gyula Andrássy also completely changed the policies left by the previous Prime Minister Friedrich Ferdinand von Beust, and summarized the new foreign policy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire into two major guidelines, namely, getting closer to Germany and confronting Tsarist Russia. In fact, long before Carlo arrived in Vienna, the Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph I and his Queen Sissi had already discussed the marriage between Carlo and Archduchess Sophie. Political marriages are not so much about mutual affection, but more about both parties being optimistic about each other's cooperation and valuing each other's status. As the King of Spain and a member of the House of Savoy, Carlo naturally received the respect of Franz Joseph I. Moreover, Carlo has not been involved in any scandals since he arrived in Spain. Apart from the fact that he currently does not have control over government power and is more like a king who has been sidelined, he does not seem to have any major shortcomings. This is actually acceptable. After all, Carlo is not yet 20 years old and his career as a king has just begun. Primo, who controls the Spanish government, is already old and he can't hold on to power for long. As long as Carlo is smart, even if he can't control most of the power of the Spanish government in the future, he can avoid being sidelined by the next prime minister, and it will be no problem for him to control a certain degree of voice and influence in the government. Considering that autocratic monarchs are more likely to be opposed by the people, Franz Joseph I would rather see Carlo only have a certain say, rather than practice autocracy. After all, after overthrowing the monarchy, the people are likely to execute the royal family. Even if they are not executed, they will lose all their noble titles. Compared to taking such a big risk, it is better to be a king with little power. At least there is no need to worry about the safety of the entire royal family. Franz Joseph I naturally ignored the fact that Carlo might have a lover as normal for nobles to have lovers nowadays, not to mention that Carlo is the king of a country. If Carlo has not had any lovers for such a long time, perhaps Franz Joseph I should consider whether there is a problem with Carlo's ability. Overall, it's not bad. It doesn't seem to have any major shortcomings. Franz Joseph I was quite satisfied after reading Carlo's general information feelings. Queen Elizabeth Amelia Eugenie, also known as Princess Sissi, had a little reluctance on her face. After all, Archduchess Sophie was the eldest daughter of her and Franz Joseph I. Princess Sissi, who had been with Archduchess Sophie for 16 years, was a little uncomfortable with the first marriage of her daughter. Wait for the dinner in 2 days. Franz Joseph I, 40 years old at the time, was still relatively young. He had not experienced the grief of losing two crown princes, and he looked quite confident and dignified. Franz Joseph I and the Austro-Hungarian Empire he established were actually unlucky. Historically, Franz Joseph had 4 children, only one of whom was a son, Archduke Rudolf, the current crown prince of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Archduke Rudolf was only 12 years old at the time, and everything was normal. But when he got married, and the future relationship between the couple broke down, the nightmare of the Habsburg family was about to begin. Archduke Rudolf met Baroness Mary and became lovers, and even considered divorcing the crown princess. When Franz Joseph learned of this request, he asked the two to break up. But unexpectedly, the relationship between Archduke Rudolf and his mistress, Baroness Mary, seemed indestructible, and they eventually committed suicide together in a hunting lodge in Mayerling. He gave up his right to the throne and his life for love. We have to admit that Archduke Rudolf was also a nobleman who loved beauty more than power. What's even more outrageous is that he even gave up his own life. After the death of his only son, the right to inherit the throne of the Austro-Hungarian Empire naturally went to Franz Joseph's younger brother, Archduke Karol Ludwig. However, Archduke Karol Ludwig did not live long. After drinking the water of the Jordan River, he died on May 19, 1896 due to complications caused by infection. The throne was inherited by Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the eldest son of Archduke Karol Ludwig. Speaking of Franz Ferdinand, in addition to the famous Sarajevo incident, he is also a lord who puts love above everything else. Because he and his wife Sophie Hotuk were married to a nobleman and a commoner, Archduke Ferdinand's descendants had no right to inherit the throne. After the assassination in Sarajevo, the heirs to the throne of the Austro-Hungarian Empire returned to the eldest son of the second son of Archduke Karol Ludwig, the father of Archduke Ferdinand, and the son of Archduke Ferdinand's younger brother. It's true that during this period, there were quite a lot of cases of intermarriage between nobles and commoners in the Habsburg family. Archduke Ferdinand's other brother, Archduke Ferdinand Karol, also married a nobleman and a commoner. The constant changes in the succession to the throne and the frequent accidents also made the already elderly Franz Joseph I even more sad, and he eventually died before the end of World War I in 1871. Before anything happened, Franz Joseph I was in a very good mood. Carlo basically met his requirements for a son-in-law, and their identities and statuses also matched each other. It was simply a perfect marriage. Whether Carlo and Sophie like each other or not is irrelevant to the marriage itself. Because this is a political marriage, the feelings between the two are not that important, as long as there is no trouble afterwards. No matter how many lovers Carlo had, as long as he always respected Queen Sophie's status, it was acceptable to Franz Joseph I and Princess Sissi. The second update of 3000 words. Please support. Chapter 108 Engagement and Return Home. Carlo arrived in Vienna. No one informed Carlo when the ball would be held. But Carlo was not in a hurry. After all, the Habsburg family was the host and he just had to follow their arrangements. Among European nobles, men generally married relatively late. If they could find a marriage partner they liked, and who was in line with their political interests, it would be fine. If they couldn't find one, marriage would most likely be delayed until after the age of 30 before getting married, and male nobles are not in a hurry to get married unless they have some purpose. For female nobles, the time to get married is before the age of 20. If they are 20 years old and still have no specific marriage contract, they will generally be ridiculed by other nobles. This is also the reason why the average marriage age of European male aristocrats is over 25 years old, while the marriage age of European female aristocrats is under 20 years old, or even under 18 years old. If a woman is over 25 years old and left alone, no one will want her, unless she has good conditions. Finally, after another day, Carlo met his marriage partner, Archduchess Sophie, the eldest daughter of Franz Joseph I. On the third day, after arriving in Vienna, girls, Carlo actually prefers such a quiet personality. The Austrian nobles who were invited to the ball also knew who the two protagonists were, and they tacitly avoided stealing the spotlight. Of course, this was more because of their self-awareness. Among all the nobles attending the ball, Archduchess Sophie and Carlo were a perfect match. If they messed up this marriage, Franz Joseph I would probably not let them go. During the dance, Carlo gradually came to know and understand Archduchess Sophie's personality and found that she was indeed his type. Although it didn't reach the point of asking love at first sight, Carlo would still be happy to see Archduchess Sophie become his queen in the future. On Archduchess Sophie's side, Franz Joseph I and Princess Sissi were also Archduchess Sophie about her attitude and feelings towards Carlo. Because of the strict aristocratic education she received, Archduchess Sophie had not come into contact with many boys and was still rather reserved about getting along with the opposite sex. However, Franz Joseph I and Princess Sissi could clearly feel that Archduchess Sophie was not averse to Carlo and even had a certain liking for him. Since both of them had a good impression of each other, the marriage was decided simply and straightforwardly. Yes, it was that fast. For European noble marriages of this era, there was no need for so much preparation and waiting. Basically, as long as both parties have a good impression of each other and the political interests of their families are in line, the marriage can be easily. Franz Joseph I also formally held talks with Carlo. The purpose of the talks was to discuss the wedding date of Carlo and Archduchess Sophie, as well as the cooperation between the two royal families after the wedding. Considering that Archduchess Sophie was only 16 years old, Carlo suggested postponing the wedding to a year later, when he would be 20 years old. Franz Joseph I naturally declined in agreement. 1 year was enough time for the Austro-Hungarian Empire to make preparations. After all, they also had to prepare a dowry. Although there is no concept of bride price in the West, there must be corresponding gifts in the marriage between the royal families of the two countries, to show the noble status and abundant wealth of the royal family. As his eldest daughter, Franz Joseph I attached great importance to the wedding of Archduchess Sophie. Although there were certain political needs for this wedding, Franz Joseph I agreed to it only after he was sure that Carlo's character met the requirements. However, before the actual wedding took place, another ceremony was to be held in Vienna, the engagement ceremony of Carlo and Archduchess Sophie. In the marriage process of European nobles, the engagement ceremony is held at the woman's home. Considering the difficulty of communication between Spain and Austria and the tight time schedule, the engagement ceremony was scheduled to be held a few days later. Archduchess Sophie will officially become Carlo's fiancée and the future Queen of the Kingdom of Spain. The engagement ceremony was not large in scale, and most of the participants were nobles from Austria and Hungary, be able to provide assistance to Spain for a long time in the future, which was what Carlo wanted to see most. After staying in Vienna for a few days to develop his relationship with Archduchess Sophie, Carlo embarked on his journey back to Madrid. As for negotiating industrial technological assistance and loans with the Austro-Hungarian government, that is something the Spanish government should worry about. Royal families of the two countries had already signed a marriage contract, and the government naturally could not prevent the two countries from getting closer. It is certain that Austria-Hungary and Spain will conclude an alliance in the future. After all, there is no conflict of interest between the two countries. If Spain can take advantage of the relationship with Austria-Hungary to catch the express train of the Three Emperors Alliance, it will also be very helpful to Spain in the future. At least Spain does not have to worry about threats from Britain and France in its colonial expansion in Africa, and Germany and Russia are still very influential. Even if Italy were allowed to join the Triple Alliance, the four major powers of Germany, Austria, Russia, and Italy, plus Spain, the strongest country among the powers, would have to consider the consequences of offending these five countries, even if Britain and France joined forces. However, such a thing is probably just a thought. First of all, there is a fierce conflict between the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia. In order to prevent the five countries from coming together, Britain and France will definitely try every means to provoke conflicts between the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia, and undermine the establishment of the Three Emperors Alliance from the root. In addition to the conflict between Austria and Russia, there was also a conflict between Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If Italy wanted to expand in continental Europe, there were actually only three directions. The first direction was to go west and recover the regions of Savoy and Nice that had been ceded to France. But this was a bit difficult. After all, they had to face France, the former hegemon of Europe. The second direction was to expand. However, the northeastwards of Italy was the seaport of Austria and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, so the Austro-Hungarian Empire was naturally unwilling to give in. The third direction is the Balkans across the Adriatic Sea. However, Slovenia and Croatia in the north are under the control of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Serbia is also within the sphere of influence of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If Serbia wants to expand, it will inevitably offend the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This is actually the reason why Italy finally chose to join Britain and France in World War I, and abandoned its alliance with Germany and Austria-Hungary. If Italy was allied with Austria-Hungary, it could only expand towards France on the European continent. The combat performance of the Italian army had already doomed them to be unable to defeat the French head-on, and the benefits of staying in the German-Austrian alliance would definitely be the least. But then again, the course of world history has changed to a certain extent today, and the outcome of the First World War, which broke out more than 40 years later, would certainly have been different. Spain will definitely play a more important role in World War I, and may even have the ability to change the final outcome of the war. Not to mention Spain after decades of reform and development. Even Spain today can have a certain impact on the European situation. If we could form a four-nation alliance of Germany, Austria, Italy, and Spain, we might not be unable to fight against Britain, France, and Russia. After all, France was the only country that really made a great contribution in World War I. Russia ran into problems halfway through the war, and Britain, because its homeland was very safe, had always wanted to let Germany and France consume each other. If World War I could really lead to the formation of the four major alliances of Germany, Austria, Italy, and Spain, France would be doomed to not be able to hold out for long under the siege of these four countries. It is better to expect France to win a 1-on-4 battle than to expect the British army to defeat the Germans. Although it is impossible to completely defeat Britain and France, it is still possible to change the course of World War I in history. After coming to this world, Carlo never thought about following the development of history. Although no changes in the historical line would allow him to have more foresight about the future, sometimes changes in the historical line would bring more benefits. For example, the alliance with Austria-Hungary will make Spain's future development smoother. Although the industry of Austria-Hungary is not as large as that of Britain, France, and Germany, its overall economic scale and industrial strength are still greater than that of Russia. Relying on the early layout on the African continent, even if Spain could not restore the powerful force it had during the British Empire, it could still become a colonial power comparable to France. Under the chaotic situation, the division of Africa by various countries may not necessarily proceed as in history. As long as it is good for Spain, Carlo does not mind making Europe more chaotic, so that Spain can fish in troubled waters and reap more benefits. If we look at it from the perspective of future generations, these European powers were indeed powerful, but they all had internal problems of one kind or another. This era is an era of comparison. The winning country may not be perfect, but it is not as bad as other worse countries. With all the countries making such moves, Spain may not be unable to achieve a revival. Even if it cannot become the world hegemon, it will definitely become one of the top 3 superpowers in the world in the future, and sit on the Iberian Peninsula and watch the disputes in Europe. The first update of 3,100 words. Please support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Military Academy Graduates. During these few days in Vienna, the news of Carlo and Archduchess Sophia's engagement spread throughout Europe. The marriage between the King of Spain and the Princess of Austria-Hungary was definitely a powerful alliance, and it might even change the situation in the Mediterranean. Because of this, more than 1 or 2 countries paid attention to this marriage. Even King Louis I of Portugal personally sent a congratulatory telegram. Speaking of Louis I, he was also Carlo's brother-in-law. Carlo's sister Maria Pia was his queen. They had 2 children together, and were quite loving before their marriage. But their relationship deteriorated as Maria Pia discovered King Louis' numerous lovers. Who can be blamed for this? The only thing to blame is that Louis' elder brother, Pedro V, died at the age of 24 without leaving any heirs. Louis, who had no hope of inheriting the throne, got the Portuguese throne out of the blue. Louis was not trained as the heir to the throne, so naturally no one cared about his romantic life. When he became king, he was already an adult, so naturally no one cared about him. Louis I was a relatively popular king in Portugal, and he implemented policies set by his brother, such as abolishing slavery and the death penalty for civil crimes. But when it comes to political talent, Louis's political talent can only be described as poor. In Portugal, a constitutional monarchy, his power was too restricted, and the situation in Portugal has not improved much in the 10 years since he took office. As for why King Louis took the initiative to congratulate Carlo in Spain, it was certainly not because of his relationship with Carlo. In fact, the royal families of European countries are more or less related, but this relationship is nothing in the face of national interests. What really made Louis I take the initiative to congratulate was actually the huge gap in strength between Spain and Portugal. It would be fine if there was a gap in strength, but Portugal's only neighbor is Spain, while Louis I, as King of Portugal, is so proactive. Previously, with the support of the British, the Portuguese did not have to worry about Spain taking any action. But now that Spain is on good terms with Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it may not be afraid of Portugal, which has the support of the British. Carlo certainly understood what Louis I meant, and Spain had no intention of provoking the British again in the short term. The British would never agree to Spain's exclusive possession of the Iberian Peninsula, unless Spain had enough strength to compete with the British. After returning to Madrid, Carlo asked butler Lauren to start preparing for the wedding 1 year later. In addition to the preparations made by the royal family, the Spanish government also attached great importance to the wedding a year later and expressed its willingness to invest 2 million pesetas to prepare a wedding of the century for Carlo. Carlo also knew the government's intentions. It seemed that the investment was 2 million pesetas, but the government could earn more from cooperation with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If the Austro-Hungarian Empire had provided Spain with just a little industrial technology, Spain would have gained far more than 2 million pesetas. With the support of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Spain does not have to worry about some diplomatic issues or the influence of other powers. This is the most important thing. When the Spanish people learned that the future Queen of Spain would be Archduchess Sophie of Austria-Hungary, their attitudes were supportive and optimistic. Thanks to policies such as agricultural tax reduction and abolition of tithe, Carlo has already established a certain good impression in the hearts of the Spanish people. Archduchess Sophie is the eldest daughter of Emperor Franz Joseph I of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In the eyes of the Spaniards, the two are a very well-matched couple. Even some small private newspapers published various and varied love stories of Carlo and Archduchess Sophie in order to attract attention. Words like love at first sight and mutual affection attracted many Spaniards to buy newspapers, which is enough to show that the Spaniards' current support for Carlo is generally quite popular. Although these small newspapers were suspected of using Carlo to gain publicity, they did not have much impact on the prestige of the royal family, so Carlo did not intend to manage them. Of course, if there are those who maliciously fabricate false information in an attempt to influence the reputation of the royal family and undermine the impression of the royal family in the minds of the people, they must be resolutely stopped and punished. Spain's overall control over newspapers is still strict, although it is much more relaxed than during the reign of Queen Isabel. Prime Minister Primo still established a relevant news review department at Carlo's suggestion to review newspapers printed by major newspapers. As long as the content published in the newspaper is approved by the government, there is actually no problem in using Carlo to gain some publicity. Anyway, no matter whether it is a big newspaper or a small newspaper, no one dares to discredit the royal family. Such reports can also increase the public's favorability towards Carlo to a certain extent. Of course, it can also avoid the result that the story becomes more and more exaggerated due to word of mouth. Carlo knows very well how exaggerated the spread of rumors is. If these newspapers had not given a story that did not harm the royal family, who knows what version of Carlo and Archduchess Sophie's love story would eventually be spread through word of mouth. As time came to the end of April 1871, Carlo also ushered in a very important day, which was the first graduation ceremony after the expansion of the Royal Military Academy of Madrid. Nearly 2 years have passed since the reform of the Royal Military Academy, and the students who were at the Royal Military Academy before the reform have finally graduated. As military academy students who faced military academy reform while they were in school, they were both lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, after the reform of the Royal Military Academy, Carlo and the government will pay more attention to them. Regardless of which class the military academy students were from, they actually became freshmen after the reform. They graduated after nearly 2 years of military academy study and became low-level officers with the rank of lieutenant. The first batch of graduates from the Royal Military Academy of Madrid reached more than 400 people, which was good news for Carlo. The problem of the lack of young Spanish officers can finally be alleviated, and there is even hope that among these 400 people, a few senior officers who can grow into generals will emerge. As the honorary president of the Royal Military Academy, Carlo certainly could not miss the graduation ceremony of the first batch of students of the military academy. In theory, these graduates are also his disciples. Carlo will certainly not miss the opportunity to win them over and make them understand who they should be loyal to. Moreover, these graduates are basically Spanish, and their promotion in the army will not be hindered. Only when these Spaniards become middle and higher level in the army can Carlo's influence really penetrate into the army. Once Carlo's influence has penetrated the army, and he has controlled at least half of the army, Carlo's power will gradually expand, and he will eventually replace Prime Minister Primo's power and complete the transition of leadership of the Spanish government. April 28, 1871, in the Royal Military Academy on the outskirts of Madrid. Bathed in the warm sunshine, Carlo successfully arrived at the Royal Military Academy and walked towards the conference hall inside the academy. More than 400 graduating military cadets gathered here, and their graduation ceremony was also held today. As if they had already known the news that His Majesty the King was coming, most of the military academy graduates were looking forward to it and could not help but stand up and look at the entrance of the venue. Suddenly, several soldiers of the Royal Guards opened the door of the venue and stood guard at the door. All the teachers and students in the venue immediately knew that the king had arrived, and they all stood up and welcomed their king with applause and cheers. These 400 people were not just simple military academy graduates, they were also Carlo's helpers in controlling the army in the future. Under the enthusiastic gazes of many military academy graduates, Carlo walked up to the podium in the center of the venue with a smile on his face and began his passionate speech. Good afternoon, outstanding graduates of the Royal Military Academy and excellent teachers of the academy. It is a pleasure to meet you. The royal family will never forget your efforts in the past few years. All of you here are the elites of Spain, and also the hope of Spain's future. I hope that after graduation you will continue to work hard to become an excellent Spanish soldier and a hero trusted by all Spanish people. Spain used to be glorious and great, but now it has fallen from grace. We have lost our Latin American colonies, we have lost Gibraltar. What else can we lose? Fellow students, I hope that, after you join the army, you will remember your mission and the mission of every Spaniard, which is to make Spain great again. We must do everything we can to protect our land and every Spaniard. It is the duty of all Spaniards to restore the glory of Spain. When all of us are fighting for the greatness of Spain, the strength of Spain is unstoppable by anyone. Let us all shout together at the top of our voices, make Spain great again. Long live Spain. Make Spain great again. Long live Spain. The second update of 3000 words. Please support. Chapter 110 Industrial Assistance. Things turned out just as Carlo had expected. For these passionate young people who were about to enter the army from the military academy, nothing could make their blood boil more than making their country greater. Carlo's presence had already made these military academy graduates very excited. Under the instigation of this passion, the excitement and enthusiasm in the young men's eyes could no longer be suppressed, as if they were willing to sacrifice their lives for the greatness and rise of Spain at any time. Of course, things haven't come to that point. Carlo's goal was to ensure that these outstanding graduates from the Royal Military Academy would remember their mission and to whom they should be loyal. Carlo certainly would not give up halfway. Before the end of this relatively short graduation ceremony, Carlo personally awarded the ranks of the Royal Spanish Army to more than 400 military academy graduates, and personally issued graduation certificates. Graduates who perform better in school can be awarded the rank of captain, and the rest of the graduates will all be awarded the rank of lieutenant. Don't underestimate the rank of lieutenant. In the Spanish Army, he generally serves as a platoon-level military commander. These more than 400 graduates started their military careers as platoon leaders or deputy platoon leaders, and they still have great potential for the future. Although there may not be many generals among the more than 400 people, a considerable number of them can still reach the threshold of colonel-level officers, that is, major. But if you want to grow from an officer to a general, in addition to qualifications, certain merits are also necessary. Carlo is full of expectations for these officers graduating from the Royal Military Academy, and will naturally fully support their promotion in the army. As long as they do not cause trouble in the army and steadily accumulate their qualifications and merits, naturally no one will block their promotion in military rank. After the graduation ceremony, Carlo personally inquired about the future whereabouts of more than 400 military academy graduates. Considering the future development of his guards, Carlo selected a dozen relatively outstanding talents from the more than 400 military academy students, and promoted them to join the guards. Although the guards currently only have a regiment in size, as the military force that Carlo can currently control, it will definitely be expanded in the future. They certainly won't be able to serve as platoon leader level officers if they go to the guards now, but it will allow them to accumulate some qualifications and experience. When the guards are expanded in the future, it will be the time for these young officers to truly lead the army future. Recruiting some military academy graduates in advance is also a preparation for the officer vacancies after the expansion of the guards in the future. Those military academy graduates who had excellent grades and were given the opportunity to serve in the guards were naturally excited. Compared to the ordinary Royal Army, the Royal Guards are obviously the more elite army. Every expansion of the guards is carefully selected from the army. It can be said that every soldier in the guards is the elite among the elite. In addition, the guards are King Carlo's personal army, so the prospects of joining the guards are definitely much better than staying in the Royal Army. Although the Royal Military Academy will not forcibly brainwash every cadet, various subtle ideological influences are constantly occurring. These military academy graduates have already deepened this impression through their long-term study in the military academy. For them, being loyal to His Majesty the King is a natural thing to do. Of course, Carlo also encouraged the remaining military academy graduates who could not join the guards. Carlo said that, no matter which army he served in, he was preparing for the greatness of Spain. Whether it was the Royal Guards or the Royal Army, there was no essential difference. They were both excellent Spanish armies that he could trust. Seeing that this subtle brainwashing is indeed effective, Carlo even plans to adopt this brainwashing method in the entire education system of Spain, little by little, to make the next generation of Spain believe in the ideas of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism forever. The so-called loyalty to the king and patriotism, of course, means being loyal to the king first, and then loving Spain as a country. It is still very important who comes first, and who comes second. After all, Carlo does not want his layout to end up serving the government. Of course, such brainwashing cannot be carried out in all schools at once. We can first select a few places for pilot projects, and then slowly expand it to the entire national education system, so as to achieve a process of penetration from point to surface. While Carlo was worrying about the graduation ceremony of the first class of graduates from the Royal Military Academy, Prime Minister Primo of the Spanish government was also keeping a close eye on the future contact with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Since the royal families of the two countries have chosen to marry, the governments of the two countries will naturally gradually get closer in the subsequent diplomacy. Franz Joseph I still had a lot of prestige in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Relying on the marriage between the two royal families, it was possible for Spain to receive a lot of support from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Without much thought, Prime Minister Primo ordered the Spanish ambassador to Austria-Hungary to strengthen the relationship with the Austro-Hungarian government and try to promote a preliminary agreement on cooperation between Spain and Austria-Hungary. Compared with Spain, Austria-Hungary is naturally a country with stronger industry and more developed economy. Prime Minister Primo would not miss this good opportunity. He not only planned to ask for some industrial and technological assistance from Austria-Hungary, but also planned to borrow some funds from private capital in Austria-Hungary to help Spain's industrial development. Simply put, the Austro-Hungarian Empire provided money and technology to help the Spanish government develop its industry and economy. Would the Austro-Hungarian Empire agree to this? In fact, there is a high probability that it would agree. After all, industrial technology assistance and financial support are not free, and Spain also has to pay something. The first is the interest on the loan, which is essential. It is basically impossible for the Austro-Hungarian Empire to provide Spain with an interest-free loan. After all, the attitude of domestic capital in the Austro-Hungarian Empire must also be considered. The Austro-Hungarian Empire currently faces competition from Russia in the Balkans, so it naturally wants to win over more allies. Although Spain was not that powerful, it still had some influence. The Austro-Hungarian Empire would naturally not reject an alliance with Spain. After consultations between the two governments, the Austro-Hungarian government and the Spanish government quickly reached a cooperation agreement. Prime Minister Primo also reported the cooperation agreement that had been reached to Carlo, which aroused Carlo's applause. One has to say that the economy and industry of the Austro-Hungarian Empire were much stronger than those of Italy. In terms of funds alone, the Spanish government borrowed more than 120 million crowns from private capital in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Spain's total fiscal revenue last year. Of course, this money is not so easy to borrow. The annual interest rate of the loan is about 3.1%, and the repayment period is 15 years. If it is repaid within the 15-year period, the accumulated interest on this loan will be as high as 60 million pesetas. Although the interest rate is a bit high, the good news is that there are no additional conditions attached. The Spanish government only needs to repay the loan and all interest within the specified time, and basically everyone is happy. Of course, if the Spanish government is unable to repay the principal and all interest within 15 years, the annual interest rate will rise to 5.5% after 15 years, and an additional late payment fee of 5.5 million pesetas will be required for each year of delay. This requirement is normal. After all, the Austrian capitalists do not want their money to be wasted. Although the Austro-Hungarian royal family came forward, it was their own money after all, so it was necessary to be on guard. Carlo had never worried about this. 129.6 million pesetas was indeed a large sum of money. If the interest of up to 60 million pesetas was added, the Spanish government would need to repay a total of 189.6 million pesetas after 15 years. But if you take inflation and Spain's economic development into account over the next 15 years, this interest is nothing. The 129.6 million pesetas invested will definitely bring the Spanish government far more benefits than this money. Carlo never thought that the Spanish government would not be able to repay the money, or even that it might be able to do so in the next few years. After all, large-scale infrastructure construction brings extremely rapid economic development to the country. Spain's total fiscal revenue last year was only more than 300 million pesetas, but it will definitely increase this year, and it will not be a big problem to reach more than 400 million pesetas. If the economic growth rate remains good, the Spanish government will not be short of money in a few years. At least domestic development will not need the help of foreign funds. In addition to the financial aid of 129.6 million cestus, the Spanish government also signed an industrial technology assistance treaty with the Austro-Hungarian government. In the next 5 years, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will provide the Spanish government with steel smelting technology, chemical technology and some military technology to help the development of Spanish industry. In return, Spain's progress in these three technologies over the next 10 years must also be reported to Austria-Hungary, and the two countries will jointly carry out research. At the same time, the Spanish government also signed a trade agreement with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, encouraging import and export trade between the two countries, and strengthening economic ties by reducing tariffs. Spain's overall grain output is naturally not as good as that of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but it has a smaller population and its per capita resources are no less than those of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In addition, with a long coastline and abundant aquatic resources, it can export some grain to the Austro-Hungarian Empire every year, in exchange for foreign exchange income, to purchase other technologies of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and also strengthen economic exchanges between the two countries. The first update of 3,000 words. Please support. Chapter 111 Barcelona Industrial Area. Since industrial and financial assistance has been obtained from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the next thing is predictable, which is to rely on this assistance to build a larger industrial zone. The civil industrial zone in the Andalusia region was planned earlier, but it now seems that the geographical location is not as good as imagined. The most important thing is that Seville is located in the southernmost part of Spain, and it takes longer to transport industrial products here to northern Spain. According to the government's industrial zone construction plan, it is necessary to build another industrial zone in the north to achieve the goal of echoing Seville in the north and south. The reason why we chose Barcelona is that it is an industrial city. Although the scale of industry is not large, the advantage is that it is close to the sea, which makes the transportation of industrial materials more convenient. In addition, there is another major reason why the industrial base was chosen in Barcelona, and that is the government's control over Catalonia. After the industrial base is established, a large number of industrial jobs will be created. Some of these industrial jobs will be provided to Catalans, but the requirement is that they must be proficient in Spanish. Another part of the jobs will attract some Spaniards to come to Catalonia, which will be used to reduce the proportion of Catalans in Catalonia. Although the majority of Catalonia's population is Catalan, the overall size of the Catalan population is not high either autonomy or even independence like Catalonia. There are still many ethnic groups that are willing to obey Spanish rule and support this country. Moreover, the Catalans are not monolithic. Most of the Catalans, led by Prime Minister Primo, do not have the idea of independence. They quite agree with the concept of Spain and firmly believe that they are Spanish. Only when this region is stable can the Spanish government form a line of defense through the Pyrenees Mountains to resist attacks from the European continent. The industrial zone is located in the suburbs north of Barcelona. The investment in the construction of the first phase of the industrial base exceeded 15 million pesetas. After the completion of the first phase of the industrial base, it is expected to provide at least 20,000 jobs in Catalonia and increase Spain's steel production by 10,000 tons and 100,000 tons respectively. 10,000 tons of steel production is naturally very little compared to later generations, and even compared to the First World War, it is just a drop in the bucket. But the problem is that it is 1870, when steel making technology is not very advanced. Although the steel production of various countries is not very specific, the annual steel production of the British Empire, the most powerful industrial country, is only a little over 300,000 tons. The United States, which is often considered an industrial power, produced only about 60,000 tons of steel last year. The newly unified superpower Germany, the entire German Empire, produced only 250,000 tons of steel. Under such circumstances, the first phase of industrial construction of a Barcelona industrial base can provide at least 10,000 tons of steel production and 100,000 tons of pig iron production, which is already a very good level. The construction of the first phase alone will take at least 2 years, and it may take another 3 years before it can be put into production. And this was with the assistance of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If Spain had developed its industrial base on its own, it would have taken twice as long to complete the construction. After all, the most difficult thing now is not the construction of industrial bases, but the steel making technology of various countries. Without relatively advanced steel making technology, even if a large industrial base is built, the backward technology will result in the production of steel not only in small scale, but also in poor quality. Carlo also attached great importance to the construction of Barcelona's industrial base. Although the scale of the industrial base is generally small, it is a significant improvement for Spain. By the time the industrial base was completed 3 years later, Spain's industry had been strengthened to a certain extent, at least ranking among the great powers. Even if the subsequent construction goes smoothly, Spain's industrial scale can catch up with Italy and Russia. Southern Italy is not very suitable for industrial development, and Russia, due to its late start and chaotic domestic economy, did not gradually increase its industrial scale until the end of the century. Tsarist Russia's steel production remained below 100,000 tons before 1878, which was a bit too low compared with other powers. During the same period, steel production in Britain, France, and Germany had increased to hundreds of thousands of tons, with France, which had the lowest steel production, maintaining at around 300,000 tons. But the country with the most rapid growth is actually the United States, which is far away from the European continent. The current steel production of the United States is only about 70,000 tons, but in 10 years, the steel production will increase to more than 1 million tons. Such a growth rate is simply exaggerated. And 30 years later, the steel production of the United States has exceeded 10 million tons, and it is also the first among all the powerful countries to exceed 10 million tons of steel production. There is a particularly important reason for the explosive growth in steel production in various countries, and that is the improvement in steel making level, which is why Carlo pays great attention to the construction of industrial bases. It is not too late to develop industry now, and even some countries are still in the initial stage of industrial construction. Carlo does not require Spain's industry to achieve amazing results in a short period of time, as long as it can achieve stable growth in a steady and solid manner, and lay a good foundation. Spain's colonial history in Latin American countries can help it to build closer ties with these countries, and through economic alliances, it can get these countries to open their markets and dump Spanish industrial products. Coupled with Spain's plans to expand colonies in Africa and cooperate with neighboring countries like Portugal, there will be no shortage of markets in the future. As long as we do not develop industry blindly, do not pursue the overall scale of industry, and proceed steadily, a serious economic crisis will not break out. The economic crisis in the United States was precisely caused by the blind growth of American industry. It took only 20 to 30 years for the production to increase from hundreds of thousands of tons to tens of millions of tons, which plunged the United States into the vortex of economic crisis. As long as Spain's industry maintains steady and stable development, even if it is affected by the economic crisis in other countries, only the import and export trade will be affected. Along with the construction of the industrial base, one thing must be put on the agenda, and that is the rectification of the banking industry. In addition to the Royal United Bank founded by Carlo, Spain also has other banks. But these banks were either small private banks established by aristocrats or capitalists, or semi-official banks established by local governments. But no matter what kind of bank it is, the government lacks control over these banks, which has led to the corruption of some banking systems. The reason why Carlo's Royal United Bank was popular among the people was not only because of the good impression and support Carlo had previously established, but also because Carlo personally promised that he would never let the Royal United Bank go bankrupt, and would protect the savings of all depositors in the bank. The king's promise is still very useful in this era. Unless the king doesn't want to do it anymore, he still has to fulfill his promise factories. Carlo's plan is to rectify the banking industry and raise sufficient funds to support the development of private enterprises. Spain is a small country, so it certainly doesn't need so many banks. In addition to the Royal United Bank of the royal family, the Spanish government will also establish a national bank. With the addition of several large banks after integration, the needs of Spanish banks are basically met. Citizens can freely choose which bank to store their money in, and competition between banks will lead to development. By integrating these banks, the royal family and the government can invest in Spanish private banks. In this way, there is no need to worry that these private capitals will affect the government in turn after they become bigger. After all, the government and the royal family will only make more money. In addition, the government and the royal family will have their own banks. Doing so will not only make Spanish capital stronger, but also control capital and allow it to be used for their own purposes, rather than the government being enslaved by capital. Another benefit of reorganizing the banks is that when the country needs funds, these integrated large banks alone will be able to provide part of the funds. There is no doubt that banks in this era are definitely making money. With the development of Spain's industry and economy, Spanish banks will have a golden period of development in the future. Spanish banks were also able to infiltrate nearby neighboring Portugal and African colonies, including some countries in Latin America, and exert their influence. Industry and finance are not only the most profitable industries of this era, but also industries that a country must develop. American countries. Although it is impossible to restore the territory of the British Empire, Spain still has the hope of becoming a great power and making a push for the top 5 in Europe. Since it is a plan to rectify the banks, it would be best if the government took the initiative. If the royal family launched the action, it would not only be unjustifiable, but also create a bad impression among the public that the Royal United Bank was being targeted at other banks. If the government initiated it, the dissatisfaction of the private banks would be directed at the government, and naturally it would have nothing to do with Carlo. The second update of 3,000 words. Please support. Chapter 112 Military and Industrial Aid. A very important issue in the reorganization of banks is to integrate some existing small banks into a large joint bank under government control. Those private capitals can choose to continue to join large joint banks. Such government-controlled banks will also receive support policies and will definitely not lose money in future development. Or they can choose to exit in time. After the integration, their shares will be acquired by the government and the royal family, which can also guarantee their own costs. As for whether they can make a fortune by taking advantage of the banking industry rectification, it is basically the royal family and the government are not fools, so they will not let these private bank capitals find opportunities to exploit loopholes in this major rectification. While rectifying the banks, the government was also preparing to establish the Spanish National Bank. Since its establishment, the Royal United Bank has been welcomed by a large number of Spaniards, and the government naturally could not give up this opportunity to make a lot of money. In addition, a bank with a truly official background can not only serve as a benchmark for the financial industry, but also achieve control over the banking industry. Therefore, an official bank is very necessary. After discussions with Carlo, the Spanish National Bank officially entered the preparatory stage. The royal family will invest 8.5 million pesetas and hold 45% of the shares in the upcoming national bank. The Spanish government invested 10 million pesetas and held 55% of the shares of the national bank. The operation of the national bank is supervised by the government and the royal family does not participate in the issuance of the Spanish peseta. In other words, the National Bank and the Royal United Bank will serve as the two major official banks in parallel in Spain, and will have the power to issue and control currency. The government will not interfere with the operation of the Royal United Bank, and the royal family will not interfere with the operation of the National Bank. This, of course, is to completely control Spain's financial industry through the cooperation of the two major official banks. No matter how powerful the bank capital is in the future, it will not be stronger than the combination of the two official banks. The royal family and the government control the two major bank capitals. Royal capital and national capital will become the largest capital in Spain, thus preventing capital from infiltrating the country. 45% of the shares of the national bank and 45% of the national bank's income belongs to the royal family. Moreover, the development of the banking industry also requires competition. If the Royal United Bank is the only dominant bank, it will not be a good thing for the development of the Spanish financial industry, and it will be more likely to breed corruption and embezzlement. Of course, even with competition, corruption and embezzlement are inevitable. In order to prevent this phenomenon from harming the two major banks, the Currency Issuing Committee, in addition to the two official banks, also has controls from the royal family and government departments to clear out the scum in the bank at any time. In other words, Carlo's influence on the government is not high at present, otherwise supervision of government officials should be put on the agenda. Corruption occurs in every government, and it is impossible to eliminate or avoid it. Although the current government originated from a revolutionary government, sitting in a high position for a long time will definitely give rise to other ideas. In the future, when Carlo has certain powers, he will formulate more stringent policies and play a more supervisory role on the government. In addition to the development of the banking industry, Carlo is also concerned about the development of the military industry. After receiving military and industrial support from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Spain will also usher in a golden period of development in the military industry, to develop more military factories, to form a competitive situation, at least to ensure that Spanish weapons will be constantly updated in a competitive environment. If the competition was not fierce, the royal arsenal would not be so keen on developing new weapons. After all, selling old weapons could make money, so why bother developing new weapons that were more expensive? Therefore, for the development of the country, there must be competition in the military industry, and the intensity of competition can only be high, not low. Carlo would rather see his royal arsenal at a disadvantage in the competition than see it dominate the market, and ultimately put Spain's weapons development at a disadvantage. The military and industrial assistance, provided by the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was divided into two parts. The first part is that the Austro-Hungarian Empire will provide Spain with production lines for existing rifles and artillery technology. The reason why the Austro-Hungarian Empire is willing to provide production lines for rifles and artillery is actually because it sees the backwardness of existing rifles and artillery. Muzzle-loading rifles are outdated products, and now it is the era of breech-loading rifles. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is also developing products related to breech-loading rifles, so it doesn't matter what the existing muzzle-loading rifles are. Although the Austro-Hungarian Empire is not behind the world in artillery, it is at least behind the Prussians. The steel cannons used in large quantities by the Prussians played a huge role in the Franco-Prussian War, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire also had the idea of imitating them. This is also the reason why the Austro-Hungarian Empire was willing to share these technologies course. Since it was an investment, the Austro-Hungarian Empire must have paid more than this. In addition to rifle and artillery production lines and related technologies, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will also provide hundreds of weapons technology experts to be stationed in Spain for 5 years. This was the real investment made by the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which helped Spain quickly master the technology of rifles and artillery, and at the same time jointly develop new rifles and artillery. Such cooperation was a win-win for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Using outdated products and technologies, plus some technical experts, they could bring about military progress for the entire Spanish industry in the next 10 years. Although Spain is not a great power and does not have strong military strength, it at least has a certain foundation. Moreover, it is the technological progress in the next 10 years. With the help of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Spain may be able to make certain breakthroughs in weapons technology. All these backward products were not worth much, and more than 100 technical experts only needed to stay in Spain for 5 years. In Carlo's view, the military industry cooperation with Austria-Hungary could achieve a win-win situation for Spain and Austria-Hungary. First of all, the more than 100 technical experts provided by Austria-Hungary were crucial to the development of Spain's military industry. Technical experts would not have access to Spain's research on machine guns. Carlo was relatively relieved that the machine gun was developed by Maxim, the father of automatic weapons, and his brother. There is no need for the help of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in this regard, and naturally there is no need to share technology with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Spain could still share rifle and artillery technologies with Austria-Hungary, especially artillery, where technical experts from Austria-Hungary were needed to help Spain learn the most advanced artillery design ideas. Carlo naturally did not want to let go of these more than 100 Austro-Hungarian experts. Without saying too much, Carlo's plan was to have at least half of them stay in Spain to work in 5 years. Although it is somewhat unethical to poach talents in this way, these more than 100 people are technical experts in weapons designed from the Austro-Hungarian Empire and are very helpful to Spain. Moreover, when the Austro-Hungarian Empire sent these 100 people, it was naturally prepared for these people to be won over. It was impossible for the Austro-Hungarian Empire to turn against Spain for these 100 people, so the people who should be won over still had to be won over. According to the information provided by the Austro-Hungarian Empire, most of these technical experts were engaged in rifle and artillery design. If Spain could be won over in the future, some of them could be selected to join the research and development of machine guns. I believe that with the help of more talents, the development of the Maxim machine gun will be accelerated. I believe that the Maxim machine gun in this world will be born earlier and will burst into glory before the First World War. The bad news is that the Royal Arsenal is destined to not be able to allocate all the weapons technology experts. For the development of other military factories, it is necessary to reserve enough technical experts for other military factories. Because there are only more than 100 technical experts, the value of these more than 100 people will definitely be squeezed out. Military factories master the technology of rifles and artillery that were the source of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. These technical experts will then be assigned to major military factories according to their size, and the factories will develop new rifle and artillery technologies. Considering the size of the Royal Arsenal, the number of technical experts that can be assigned to it will definitely be the largest. In the future, the standard rifles used by the Spanish army will be selected from the products of these military factories step by step, and the best rifles will be selected. The reason why several other military factories were allowed to participate is to cultivate more military factories to compete with each other. Only competition can continuously generate innovation in this industry and continuously improve weapon technology. The first update of 3000 words. Please support. Chapter 113. In 1871, the two most important things for the Spanish government were the development of national industry and Carlo's marriage preparations. Carlo was surprised to find that the government attached much more importance to this marriage than he did, and that Prime Minister Primo personally oversaw the process and scale of the political wedding. But it is normal to think about it. This marriage not only concerns the royal family of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Spanish royal family, but also the Austro-Hungarian government and the government reforms that Prime Minister Primo had been dreaming of finally received strong support. How could he not be excited? In order to maintain good relations with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the original scale of the wedding was changed repeatedly by Prime Minister Primo to an ultra-large-scale wedding, with the funds mobilized even reaching more than 5 million pesetas. Don't underestimate 5 million pesetas. The total value is close to £200,000. This amount of money can be used to order a battleship-level ironclad ship in this era. It is too extravagant to invest all this money in the wedding. Of course, this is before many hidden costs are taken into account. If all costs are taken into account, the cost of this wedding may be as high as 10 million pesetas. The reason why the government attached so much importance to this wedding was, of course, because of the status of Sophie, the future Queen of Spain, in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Of the 4 children of Franz Joseph I, the first 3 had a relatively good relationship. Archduchess Sophie, her sister Archduchess Gisela, and her brother Archduke Rudolph were all raised by their grandmother, Princess Sophie of Bavaria. Because they grew up together, the 3 siblings have a very good relationship. One can even say that they are close. Archduchess Sophie and Archduchess Gisela loved their younger brother Archduke Rudolph very much, and Archduke Rudolph was the future heir to the throne of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. For the Spanish government, nothing is more important than building a good relationship with Archduchess Sophie. If they can please Archduchess Sophie, they can get more support from the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the future through the relationship between Archduchess Sophie and Archduke Rudolph. Speaking of the wedding process, Carlo actually planned to go from Spain to France, then to Italy, then to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and then return to pick up the bride. But after thinking about it, the French might not be willing for Carlo to lead his troops to the Austro-Hungarian Empire to pick up the bride, unless he only led a small number of troops. But if he was so ostentatious and led only a small number of troops, he would inevitably treat his own safety as a game. If some extremists were willing to risk their own lives to assassinate Carlo, or just wanted to disrupt the wedding, then Carlo would suffer a great loss. After all, this marriage between Spain and Austria-Hungary will attract the attention of many countries. If some trouble during the wedding, it will inevitably cause ridicule from other countries. After careful consideration, it was finally decided to use the navy to pick up the bride. After arriving in Spain, they took a train from Valencia and then all the way to Madrid. In order to highlight the grandeur of a royal wedding, the royal train that Carlo usually rides will also undergo certain modifications to ensure comfort while ensuring safety. Carlo's marriage is also a good thing for Prime Minister Primo. After all, Prime Minister Primo's reforms cannot be separated from the support of the king, and also from the stability of Spain. Carlo is still alone. If something unexpected happens, it will cause immeasurable shock to Spain. For Prime Minister Primo, the more stable the situation in Spain is, the better. No matter who Carlo marries, as long as it can expand the current royal family, it is a good thing. What's more, Archduchess Sophie's identity and status are also helpful to the development of Spain, which is even more a good thing. Carlo was surprised to find that apart from preparing for the wedding, there seemed to be nothing else he could do. The whole of Spain was doing its best to prepare for this wedding, and the people were also looking forward to the marriage between the royal family and the Austro-Hungarian royal family, as if this wedding had become the focus of attention of the whole of Spain. Time passed quietly, 1871 became history, and 1872 came in a flash. On January 1st, 1872, Carlo gave his subordinates a letter he had already written and asked them to send it to Archduchess Sophie in Vienna, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Time flies, and there is only 1 month left before the wedding of Carlo and Archduchess Sophie. In February 1872, the wedding of Carlo and Archduchess Sophie will be held in Madrid, marking the coming together of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Spain as new allies after this wedding. The Austro-Hungarian Empire also attached great importance to this wedding. The Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph I even waved his hand and dispatched the army and navy to provide protection. Schönbrunn Palace to the southern port, and then leave on a Spanish warship. This is not the end. When the fleet returns to Spain, the Austro-Hungarian navy will accompany it for protection, which will also demonstrate the national prestige of the Austro-Hungarian Empire to other countries. Franz Joseph I did this for a purpose. The Austrian Empire had indeed lost a lot of national prestige since it was defeated by Prussia last time. Although the French were subsequently defeated by Prussia, this still could not change the view of some people that the Austro-Hungarian Empire had weakened. The reason why Franz Joseph I did this was to demonstrate the military power of the Austro-Hungarian Empire to other small countries in Europe. Let them deeply understand that, although the Austro-Hungarian Empire could not defeat the German Empire, it was still an unattainable superpower compared to them. The 5 major powers in Europe are not just talk. Compared with the remaining inferior powers, the strength of the Austro-Hungarian Empire exists still, and it is still that unattainable world power. Of course, the Austro-Hungarian Empire had to ask Spain's attitude in advance before doing so. After all, the Austro-Hungarian Empire did not intend to show off its power to Spain, and Spain would still be an important ally of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the future. Make up for yesterday's second update. Please support. Chapter 114 Wedding. Prime Minister Primo and Carlo could understand the thoughts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Franz Joseph I regardless of the reasons. Neither of them would refuse Franz Joseph I's request. After all, the larger the scale of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's naval and land forces, the more it proves how much importance the Austro-Hungarian Empire attaches to its eldest princess, Archduchess Sophie. Since the Austro-Hungarian Empire attaches so much importance to Archduchess Sophie, doesn't it mean that the Austro-Hungarian Empire will also attach importance to its ally Spain? Although it is of little help to the national interest, it can still be used to bully others in diplomacy. Spain or Austria-Hungary alone are not that powerful, but if the two countries unite, even superpowers such as Britain, France, and Germany will have to carefully consider the pros and cons. This also makes people have to be thankful that the relationship between Italy and Spain was very good at that time, and the King of Italy was Carlo's father, Vittorio Emanuele II. If someone else became the King of Italy, he might not be able to trust the troops deployed by Spain and Austria-Hungary in the wedding procession. If the king was more suspicious, he might not be able to sleep all night. After all, if these troops attacked by surprise, it would be enough to cause trouble for Italy. Fortunately, Italy was also an ally of Spain at that time, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire did not have too many ideas about Italy. Otherwise, Italy, sandwiched between the two countries, would have become the most painful role after this marriage. Since the Austro-Hungarian Empire has dispatched more than 5,000 troops for protection, Spain will naturally not remain indifferent. Prime Minister Primo made some changes to the bride picking process. After the bride-picking fleet docks at the port of Valencia, it will be escorted by an army of more than 10,000 people until it arrives in Madrid. In order to ensure safety along the road from Valencia to Madrid, Prime Minister Primo specially approved an action to clean up this road 1 month in advance to prevent any possible accidents. Finally, the time came to February 1872. Carlo personally led the army through numerous difficulties to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and under the reluctant gaze of Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph I and Queen Sissi, he took Archduchess Sophia away and boarded the fleet to Spain. The journey was very smooth. After arriving at the port of Valencia, we took a modified royal train and slowly traveled from Valencia to Madrid. Madrid in February has been carefully decorated by the government, and it seems that it is preparing for some grand event. The closer you get to the Royal Palace of Madrid, the more you can appreciate the importance the government attaches to this wedding. Not only around the Royal Palace, but even on the streets and alleys of Madrid, you can see fluttering colorful flags and the striking Spanish flag. Spanish newspapers have also been publishing news about the friendship between Austria-Hungary and Spain these days, as well as news praising Archduchess Carlo and Archduchess Sophia as a perfect match. The Royal Palace of Madrid was extremely busy on the wedding day. Not only did a large number of nobles try their best to attend the wedding, but many officials and capitalists also tried their best to get a seat. If one is indeed not of high status enough to attend the wedding, they will find ways to send a gift to the royal family to express their loyalty to the royal family and Carlo. The present moment is different from when Carlo came to Spain before. Carlo has already firmly established his throne, and naturally he is no longer the powerless king that anyone can despise. Especially after the marriage with the royal family of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Carlo's influence in Spain is infinitely high. The Savoy family only has a certain influence in Italy, but the Habsburg family, where the Austro-Hungarian royal family is located, has a great influence in Europe. It is no exaggeration to say that the Habsburg family is currently the world's #1 family, a world's #1 family with more influence than the Saxe, Coburg, Gotha family and the Hohenzollern family. During the heyday of the Habsburg family, they ruled Spain, the two Sicilies, Hungary, Austria and a large area of Germany, and held the only imperial throne in Europe at that time, that is, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Of course, the Habsburg family still holds the title of Emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire to this day, but the Habsburg family at this time is only a side branch, and its full name is the Habsburg Lorraine dynasty. The Habsburg family once ruled Spain, and had been ruling Spain since the early days of Spain's birth. The famous Iberian wedding marked the official merger of Castile and Aragon into Spain, which is also the origin of the birth of Spain. The first king of the Spanish Habsburg dynasty was the two protagonists of the Iberian wedding, Juana, the daughter of Queen Isabella of Castile, and King Ferdinand II of Aragon, and the offspring of Prince Philip of the Holy Roman Empire. The reason why the Spanish throne fell into the hands of the Bourbon dynasty was the result of negotiations between the Habsburg family and the Bourbon dynasty after the War of the Spanish Succession broke out. Although the Bourbon dynasty obtained the Spanish throne, it also returned the Netherlands under Spanish control, namely the three Low Countries, as well as the Kingdom of Naples, Sardinia, Sicily, and part of Italian territory to Austria. Therefore, compared to royal families like Savoy, which do not have a prominent history, dynastic families like the Habsburgs have too prominent a history, and have a certain influence on the Spanish people. After Carlo married Archduchess Sophia of the Habsburg family, it also meant that their future offspring would have the blood of the Habsburg family. The Habsburg rule in Spain lasted for nearly 200 years, which is longer than the Bourbon rule in Spain. Compared to the Bourbon family, which has a bad reputation in Spain, the Spanish people are more supportive of the Habsburg family. The Spanish are also quite willing to see the marriage between the king and the Habsburg family. After all, Spain under the rule of the Habsburg family was still the overlord in Europe at that time, even more powerful than France. At that time, Spain also ruled a large area including the two Sicilies and the Netherlands. Whether in terms of army or navy strength, it could be called the overlord of Europe weaker, being trampled under the feet of up-and-coming powers such as France and Britain. I'm urging you to update more chapters. Please support me. There will be another big chapter update today, which may take until around 2 o'clock. Chapter 115 Change History. The scale of this wedding was huge. The nobles invited to attend the wedding were all marquesses or above, and the officials were at least leaders of the cabinet, government and core departments. Of course, this grand wedding also attracted the attention of many domestic and foreign media, and it has been the front page headlines of major Spanish newspapers since a month ago was that the church chose to remain neutral in the government's previous reforms and did not directly stand up against the government. Although this also caused the church to lose a lot of interests, including most of the land controlled by the church. But at least for the current church, they can continue to exist instead of being replaced by new candidates by the government and the royal family. Now that the Carolist rebellion has been completely resolved, even if the church wants to incite a rebellion, the chances of success are unlikely. After all, this is no longer an era of religiosism, and the influence of religion on Europeans has become increasingly weak. If it were 100 years ago, there might still be a chance of success, but in Spain today, religion no longer has the final say. Of course, as the saying goes, a big stick in the left hand and a sweet date in the right hand, it is impossible to oppress the church, which is a very influential force in Spain. When Carlo met with Archbishop Pedro, he personally promised that he would consider establishing the title of Archbishop of Spain. In addition to being the highest bishop of Spanish Catholicism, the future Archbishop of Spain will also control the church in Spain and have certain restrictions on other religions. As long as Archbishop Pedro is willing to cooperate with the government and the royal family, he will be the first Archbishop of Spain in the future. Although he did not explicitly state the other possibility, Archbishop Pedro knew it in his heart. If he was unwilling to cooperate with the government and the royal family's rule, perhaps Carlo would support another Spanish archbishop to counter the original position of the Archbishop of Toledo. Although the Archbishop of Toledo is the most powerful and prestigious bishop in the Spanish church, don't forget the existence of the Pope government. How much power will he have left as the Archbishop of Toledo? After all, the church's power is much weaker than that of the government. If the church is divided into two factions because of a power struggle, it will become a prey to the government. Under the gaze of hundreds of nobles and senior officials, Carlo and Archduchess Sophie swore their vows together. In addition to the Spanish nobles, even King Vittorio Emanuele II of Italy and Archduchess Sophie's mother, Princess Sissi, attended the wedding in person. In addition to these two distinguished nobles, King Louis I of Portugal and Carlo's sister Princess Maria Pia, as well as Carlo's eldest sister Princess Maria Clotilde, who married Napoleon Jerome Bonaparte, also came to the wedding. In fact, in addition to these nobles, even the royal families of powerful countries such as Britain, Germany, and Russia sent representatives to attend the wedding and presented their gifts, or Austria-Hungary. It is enough to attract the attention of the governments of these countries. If the two countries unite, their attention will also increase. The representatives who come to the wedding are either the crown prince or the duke who has a certain prestige in the military. The royal families and governments of other countries are not stupid either. They are also thinking about the changes that this wedding will bring to the European landscape. This marriage represents the closeness between the Spanish government and the Austro-Hungarian government. So, will the Italian royal family, which belongs to the same family as the Spanish royal family, join in? What impact would it have on the situation in Europe if Spain, Italy and Austria-Hungary formed an alliance? Even if the possibility is small, this incident will cause other governments and royal families to think deeply and consider their own actions. The people who are most concerned about this are actually the British. The British deployment in the Mediterranean is well known. The Strait of Gibraltar and the Suez Canal are like two solid fortresses, trapping all the countries along the Mediterranean coast in the Mediterranean. Apart from the British, the ones who are more concerned about this matter are Germany and Russia. Russia and the Austro-Hungarian Empire have conflicts in the Balkans, but the current conflicts are not that intense. After all, the Balkan Peninsula is still ruled by the Ottoman Sultanate, and many countries, including Bulgaria, have not yet gained independence. We can't fight with the Austro-Hungarian Empire for these countries that have not yet gained independence. Countries gained independence one after another, and the two countries wanted to seek more control over the Balkan Peninsula. The conflict between the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia is not that intense now, which is why the Triple Alliance was finally formed in history. So why did the Three Emperors Alliance break up after it was formed? First of all, the conflict between Austria-Hungary and Russia intensified, and the British also kept trying to sow discord between the two countries. Another thing is that the Germans, who were supposed to mediate, chose the Austro-Hungarian Empire in conflict after conflict, which also caused German-Russian relations to drift further apart. But no matter what, although the relationship between Austria-Hungary and Russia is not so good now, it has not reached the point of becoming mortal enemies the British. For Germany, this marriage allowed the Germans to see a possibility of directly and completely blocking the French. A closer look at the positions of Austria-Hungary, Italy, and Spain shows that they formed a solid defensive line to the east, south, and southwest of France. Coupled with Germany's own blockade of northeastern France, France was directly trapped in its homeland. This was a perfect match for Bismarck's policy of isolating France, and it was also the reason why the Germans were concerned about this marriage. After all, Italy is also an ally of the Germans, and Germany has some advantages in this regard. Since the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Spain have the intention of forming an alliance, it is better to expand this alliance infinitely and directly form a four-nation alliance of Germany, Austria, Italy, and Spain. Even if this alliance is not aimed at war, but is only intended to symbolically isolate the French, it will definitely be enough to cause trouble for the French. Because these four countries united, they directly isolate France in such a small piece of land in Western Europe. Apart from the three Low Countries, the only area where France could exert influence was Britain, which was separated by the English Channel. Prime Minister Bismarck thought about it seriously, and felt that such a four-power alliance was possible. The biggest contradictions in the four-power alliance were the contradictions between Germany and Austria-Hungary, and the contradictions between Italy and Austria-Hungary. But in fact, these two major contradictions have been properly resolved. Since Prussia unified the German Empire, this contradiction has actually ceased to exist, and the Austrians are constantly showing goodwill to Germany. I believe they also saw this point. As for the conflict between Italy and Austria-Hungary, it was almost resolved. The conflict between Italy and Austria-Hungary was about Venice and South Tyrol. Tyrol is mostly inhabited by Austrians. Even if Italy wants to, it is impossible to take it from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which is still in its heyday. So judging from the current situation, these two contradictions have been eased, and there is not much resistance to the formation of a four-nation alliance. Of course, if there is any resistance, the British may not want to see the birth of the Quadruple Alliance, because the Quadruple Alliance can not only target the French, but also the British. If Germany, Austria, Italy, and Spain unite, what will the other countries have to do? Not to mention the once powerful Britain. Even if Britain and France are combined, they may not be the opponent of these four countries. Germany alone is enough to give the French a headache, not to mention that the three countries of Germany, Italy, and Spain can attack the French homeland from three directions. Coupled with the equally powerful Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Quadruple Alliance was a huge threat to the French that could attack Paris at any time. But this kind of foreign interference was no longer a big deal to Prime Minister Bismarck. If the Quadruple Alliance could be formed, the French government could be isolated to an unlimited extent. In this way, the concern within Germany that France might launch a war to retaliate against Germany in a short period of time disappeared. After all, if isolated by the Quadruple Alliance, it would be impossible to break through the blockade of the four countries, unless it was during the Napoleonic Empire. If the French still dared to declare war on Germany after forming the Quadruple Alliance, Prime Minister Bismarck would not mind letting the French understand what it meant to score twice. Carlo, who was happily holding his wedding in Madrid, did not know that perhaps because of himself, the course of history had undergone some major changes. On the day of the wedding, Madrid also showed a very happy atmosphere. In order to celebrate the wedding, everyone reluctantly took out more than 2 million pesetas from his own coffers and distributed gifts to the Spaniards for free. The value of the gift is not high, but can participate. As long as the Spanish people line up at the gift distribution points set up by the government and offer their largest heartfelt wishes to the king and queen, they can receive a gift. After the wedding ceremony, a larger celebration banquet was held in the banquet hall of the palace. Spain, as well as fresh seafood and fruits, including special red wine produced by the royal winery. To celebrate the wedding of Archduchess Carlo and Sophie, the winery has already produced 1,872 barrels of wine in advance, of which 225 barrels of original wine will be sealed as a commemoration of the wedding. Unless there is a big event, these 200 barrels of wine will be sealed for a long time. After all, the older the wine is, the more expensive it will be, just like the 1982 Lafite, that has been popular for a long time. But in fact, there are not that many bottles of 1982 Lafite, and most of them on the market are counterfeit. With the publicity from outside newspapers, this wedding has been promoted as a powerful alliance of Catholics. Spain is a Catholic country, as is Austria-Hungary. Of course, Italy is also a Catholic country. Many newspapers have already envisioned an alliance between these three Catholic countries, and then called the alliance of these three countries the Catholic Alliance. Different people had different attitudes towards such reports. Prime Minister Bismarck was naturally quite happy to see such reports. The fact that such reports can be produced proves that the people of these three countries are optimistic about the three countries getting closer to each other. Doesn't this mean that the four-nation alliance that was previously conceived still has the possibility of being established? But for the British, the mood is not so good. The alliance between Austria-Hungary and Spain was already a headache, and if Italy got involved, it would become the most troublesome problem for the British in Europe. The British government was originally worried about whether the Spanish government would come up with the idea of retaking Gibraltar, and such concerns were exacerbated after the marriage between the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Spanish royal family. If the triple alliance of Austria-Hungary, Italy and Spain was really formed, it would mean that it would be impossible to remain indifferent to Gibraltar. If Gibraltar is lost, the British plan in the Mediterranean will be largely destroyed. But if Gibraltar is defended, it means that Britain will directly conflict with the so-called Triple Alliance, which is exactly what the British do not want to see. Britain's policy is to pursue a regional balance policy, supporting two relatively balanced forces in a region to confront each other, rather than allowing itself to join in. It would be fine if there was no idea of forming the so-called Triple Alliance. But if there really was an idea of forming one, then it seems that Britain would also have to form a relevant alliance to ensure that the harm of the Triple Alliance was reduced to a minimum. Thinking of this, the British representative, who had been smiling, gradually put on a serious expression and began to glance at the nobles attending the banquet, including some foreign guests. A large chapter of 4,000 words will make up for yesterday's update. 2 more chapters will be updated tomorrow. Please support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Military Chaos. Of course, Carlo could not see the intrigues of the diplomatic representatives of various countries at the banquet. As the protagonist of this wedding, Carlo hurriedly left halfway through the dinner, and Duke Primo and Grand Duke Serrano were responsible for entertaining the foreign guests. As for Carlo, he naturally went to enjoy a night of love. After being carefully dressed up, Archduchess Sophie looked even more beautiful and charming. Since she had become his wife, Carlo would not be polite. For a qualified king, the most important thing is to expand the royal family. Other things, including the development of the country, can be ranked second. Only the reproduction of offspring is the most important. Why? Because the royal family needs someone to inherit it. If the throne falls to someone else due to the extinction of the heir, no matter how great the foundation is, it will all be in vain. As the King of Spain, Carlo would not use any contraceptive measures. Child point. After a long night, Carlo woke up early the next morning. He washed and dressed with the help of his maid. After Carlo told the maid to take care of Grand Duchess Sophie, he walked out of the room. Of course, Archduchess Sophie now has another official identity, that is, the hostess of the royal palace of Madrid and Carlo's queen. Bathed in the warm sunshine outside the room, Carlo's mood also became extremely comfortable. There is nothing more comfortable than sleeping in, not to mention that what are the arrangements for today? Carlo looked at the butler Lauren next to him and asked with a smile. Prime Minister Primo needs to report to you on the government's diplomatic issues. The time is set at 2 o'clock in the afternoon after lunch. There will also be a farewell dinner for foreign guests and nobles in the afternoon. So far, there are only these two things. Steward, Butler Lauren was quite busy. In addition to being responsible for some of the royal family's property, he also had to contact government officials on behalf of Carlo in order to plan Carlo's schedule. But generally speaking, Carlo can do very little in a day. Most of the time he spends at banquets and meetings. Other than that, he occasionally goes out hunting, sea sighting and other leisure activities. It's not Carlo's fault that he has nothing to do all day. Most of the government affairs are handled by Prime Minister Primo, and Carlo doesn't need to worry too much about reform or national development. Currently, the progress of reform and national development is very smooth, so Carlo will naturally not interfere. For Carlo, the most important thing at the moment is to infiltrate the Spanish army. Only by gradually controlling the Spanish military can he continue to consolidate his power and exert influence on the government. Regarding the diplomatic matters that Prime Minister Primo wanted to report on, it was actually about discussing an alliance with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The royal families of the two countries have already married, which has created the prerequisite for the alliance between the two countries. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is currently in urgent need of a few allies to bluff. In addition to the Germans they have been in contact with, the most promising country to form an alliance with the Austro-Hungarian Empire should be Spain. How are the graduates of the Royal Military Academy doing now? Carlo seemed to have remembered something and asked hurriedly. The first batch of graduates from the Royal Military Academy have successfully graduated for more than half a year. Logically, they should have joined the army smoothly and started their real military career. However, apart from the few military academy graduates who joined the guards, Carlo didn't know much about the current situation of other people. After all, I have been preparing for the wedding for the past 6 months, and I have been busy with some government meetings, so I had forgotten about this matter. It is going smoothly at the moment, Your Majesty. Butler Lauren replied. Among the more than 400 graduates of the Royal Military Academy, except for a small number of people who went to the Guards, the rest have all joined the Royal Army and have been dispersed to various units. However, because the Royal Army does not have that many officer positions at present, many people are currently serving as deputy positions such as deputy platoon leaders. It is estimated that it will take a long time for them to be transferred to full-time positions. Hearing Butler Lauren's answer, Carlo was stunned for a moment, then thought of the current situation of the Spanish army and nodded again. The Spanish army was not large to begin with a strength of around 100,000 men. If only the troops stationed in the country were counted, the number was only 70,000 to 80,000 men. The military ranks of these military academy graduates are basically around lieutenant, and theoretically they can serve as low-level officers from platoon leader to deputy company commander. But the existing Spanish army does not have so many officer vacancies for them to take up. Being able to create some empty positions of deputy platoon leaders are already a very good result. You have to know that the term of service for soldiers in this era is very different from that in later generations. Conscripts in later generations basically only need to serve for 2 years, but soldiers in this era generally serve for more than 10 years. But the problem arises again. The foundation of the current Spanish army is still the Revolutionary Army, and the military level of the officers is actually not that high. Comprehensive combat effectiveness of the Spanish army will not change at all. In the final analysis, the Spanish army also needs a reform. This reform will eliminate those soldiers and officers who do not meet the comprehensive standards, streamline part of the army, and give the vacant officer positions to these outstanding students who graduated from regular military academies. Thinking of this, Carlo nodded and instructed Butler Lauren. It seems that this matter needs to be discussed with Prime Minister Primo. Come to lunch early and tell Prime Minister Primo that I'm waiting for him at the palace. Time passed quickly, and Prime Minister Primo arrived at the palace on time, waiting respectfully in the small restaurant where lunch had already been prepared. While enjoying a delicious lunch, Carlo casually mentioned the current situation of the military academy graduates and asked about Prime Minister Primo's attitude. But if we let them be officers, there weren't that many officer vacancies, so we had to resort to this last resort. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Prime Minister Primo asked his question and waited for Carlo to express his thoughts. In fact, Prime Minister Primo also has the idea of reforming the army. But reforming the army is of great importance and may even affect the stability of the government. After all, most of the people in this army participated in the last revolution. It is precisely because of the support of these people in the army that Primo and Serrano have become the two pillars of the current Spanish government. If the army were to be attacked rashly, the support of these soldiers would likely be lost, thus destroying Prime Minister Primo's greatest reliance on pushing forward reforms. But the problem is that the current military problems are already here, and leaving them alone would not be in line with Prime Minister Primo's style. The first is the problem of low level of officers in the army, which will greatly affect the combat effectiveness of the Spanish army. Such an army composed of revolutionary troops and the royal government troops that surrendered to the revolutionary troops is too chaotic in terms of organization and internal forces. Prime Minister Primo, I think we need to promote a reform to improve the combat effectiveness of the Spanish army. The combat effectiveness of the army is extremely important, and the strength of Spain also depends on the strength of the army. So for Carlo, military reform must happen, and the sooner the better. After hearing Carlo's words, Prime Minister Primo did not rush to express his opinion, but a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Although reform is indeed important, the pros and cons must also be considered. If military reform is promoted, Carlo will definitely be the biggest beneficiary. Who let Carlo control the Madrid Military Academy and the Zaragoza Military Academy? The more than 400 military academy graduates each year alone ensured that Carlo could control most of the lower level officers in the Spanish army. If these low level officers were allowed to climb up step by step, perhaps in 10 years Carlo would have the final say over the middle and lower levels of the army. For an army, the most important thing is actually these middle and lower level officers. The orders of the senior officers must also be passed down to the middle level troops for execution, and the combat effectiveness of the army is also determined by these lower level troops. This is also what Prime Minister Primo considered. If the reform is promoted, it will inevitably speed up Carlo's coming to power. Although Prime Minister Primo did not mind this, he could not help but ponder whether this would affect Spain's reforms and the problems that might arise after promoting military reforms. Carlo certainly understood what Prime Minister Primo was hesitating about. Reforming the army at this time was like performing an operation on Prime Minister Primo. If the operation is successful, it will be fine, and recuperation will not affect anything. But if the operation fails, the infection or inflammation may be the best, and it may be fatal. Prime Minister Primo, the combat effectiveness of our army is far behind that of the three top European countries of Germany, France, and Austria. If our goal is to compete with these countries, I think this military reform is very necessary. Only by carrying out comprehensive reforms in the country can Spain have hope of regaining the glory of the British Empire. And as a promoter of reform, you are destined to be remembered in Spanish history and become a hero of all Spaniards. Carlo reiterated his support for reform and hinted that he would portray Prime Minister Primo as a hero who promoted Spanish reform, trying to get Prime Minister Primo to support the reform of the army. The first update of 3,100 words. Please support. There will be another update after 2 o'clock. Chapter 117 Military Reform. The two-person meeting eventually turned into a small meeting of 3 people. The extra person was naturally the person with the highest prestige in the army besides Prime Minister Primo, the current Minister of Defense, Archduke Serrano. When Archduke Serrano was summoned to the palace, he obviously didn't know what Carlo was thinking. Support the reforms you mentioned. Since the end of the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War, there has been a big gap between the Spanish army and the first-class armies in Europe. If we cannot catch up with the now more powerful German army, our royal army may become stagnant and eventually become less and less effective. The two wars that founded the German Empire, the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War, brought about absolutely tremendous changes to European countries. These two wars also marked the complete farewell of line infantry and muzzle-loading rifles from the stage of history, and breech-loading rifles and advanced artillery technology were increasingly valued by various countries. The current Spanish army has a total of over 100,000 troops, of which the garrisons in various colonies add up to about 30,000. This also means that there are only about 70,000 troops stationed in mainland Spain. If reforms are to be promoted, progress should be very fast. But then, Archduke Serrano also raised his own questions, based on the current situation of the Spanish army. However, I think that regarding military reform, we should carefully consider the environment of the Spanish army. The composition of our military is too complicated. If we reform it hastily, it may cause dissatisfaction among some soldiers, and lead to a coup. To conservative factions such as Archduke Serrano, there were also some radical factions that supported the Republic and the army that first launched the revolution. If military reforms are launched rashly, these radical Republicans will certainly not remain indifferent. This will cause serious damage to the originally stable situation in Spain, and may even promote the outbreak of the next civil war. Of course I know this, Archduke Serrano. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a military reform method that can effectively solve this situation. Carlo nodded and said to Archduke Serrano, despite the difficulties, it is necessary to reform our military. Military expenditure accounts for 25.1% of our total fiscal expenditure, of which at least 1/3 can be saved. If we complete the reform of the military, we can reduce the total number of troops to around 60,000 to 70,000, and the saved military funds can be used to purchase new weapons and equipment. Even if we expand the army to 100,000 men, we can guarantee that the new army will be much stronger than the current one. For Spain, this is what must be done. Carlo's attitude towards military reform is still relatively firm. There are indeed capable officers in the Spanish army, but there are also many officers who are simply there to get by. Many of the soldiers were simply peasants holding rifles. They knew nothing about military knowledge, and could only aim their guns randomly when fighting. Although this phenomenon is common in many European countries, it does not mean that Carlo is willing to see it in the Spanish army. Spain has a small population, which means that the size of the army it can raise is far smaller than that of other powerful countries. Given the small size of the army and the inability to guarantee its combat effectiveness, it can completely give up competing with other powerful countries. In order to deploy troops in colonies in Europe and ensure the security of the Spanish mainland at the same time, it is necessary to have an army with more than 200,000 people and whose combat effectiveness is among the best in Europe. It is currently difficult to meet the requirements in terms of numbers. After all, maintaining an army of 100,000 people is already a bit unbearable for the Spanish government's finances. If the army is rashly expanded to 200,000, the Spanish economy will probably go bankrupt in a few years because of the huge army. Therefore, when it is impossible to expand the number of troops, improving the military quality of each soldier as much as possible becomes the only way to improve the combat effectiveness of the army. In the absence of the ability to develop a navy in a short period of time, Spain must have an army with good combat effectiveness to ensure that no powerful country has the courage to invade Spain's homeland. Prime Minister Prima pondered for a long time before speaking. Your Majesty, the biggest problem in military reform is what to do with these reduced size soldiers. If their job problems cannot be solved, perhaps this military reform will cause dissatisfaction among some people. Carlo had actually thought of this a long time ago. In the final analysis, it was because the current Spanish government was established after the revolution and took the opinions of the revolutionary army too seriously. If it were the traditional Spanish royal government, how could it care about the opinions of those soldiers who were streamlined? Anyway, they can become farmers if they don't have jobs, and they won't starve to death by planting crops. Do not involve the colonial army, but only our 70,000 man army. We need to streamline the 70,000 troops to at least 50,000 and dismiss those soldiers with low military literacy and mixed thoughts. After completing the streamlining of the army, we can start the next step of the army expansion plan and restore our local army to about 70,000. In the future, soldiers recruited by Spain must meet both physical and ideological standards. I hope that the 100,000 Spanish soldiers are all tested and excellent soldiers, rather than mercenaries who are just trying to earn a living. As for the rest, who are determined to cause trouble, there is no need to tolerate them. I believe you can solve these problems. If anyone wants to incite a rebellion, then suppress it harshly, and let them know who is the master of Spain. Hearing what Carlo said, Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano both nodded, indicating that they had no objection. In fact, what they were worried about were the soldiers who supported the government, not the radicals who had disloyalty to the government. Many of those unqualified soldiers and officers support the government, but their own abilities are not that good. If a way out can be arranged for these people, this military reform is still feasible. As for the radical Republicans in the army, they are a minority at present. And even if those Republicans can incite some troops to revolt, Carlo is not too worried. After all, both Primo and Serrano, two military leaders, are stationed in the capital. Republicans, even if they join forces with the Carlists, they are destined to be unable to capture Madrid. It is true that Prime Minister Primo offended some forces, but his reputation among farmers and neoliberals is quite high. Archduke Serrano has now become a representative of the Spanish nobility. Archduke Serrano has gradually approached the royal power, and Carlo is naturally willing to see this military leader express his loyalty to him. The two of them hit it off immediately. Serrano's conservatives and Canovas-old royalists together make up the forces in the current Spanish government and military that support Carlo. Those who oppose these forces, or those who resisted the Spanish monarchy, were naturally the so-called Democrats and Republicans. However, after a series of policies and reforms, the current conservatives and reformists control the government and occupy the majority of seats in the Spanish parliament. At the same time, the neoliberals and royalists have also formed a certain force. It can be said that the entire Spanish parliament is controlled by these four factions. The Republicans no longer have much market in Spain. The monarchy in Spain are inseparable, and the absence of a king means that Spain will be torn apart. It is precisely because of this that there are more and more forces and factions supporting the monarchy in Spain, and they have formed an overwhelming advantage over the factions supporting the republic. Especially after the defeat of the Carlists, the peasants, who made up the majority of Spain's population, also expressed their firm support for the monarchy. Under such circumstances, even Prime Minister Primo could not change the fact that Spain is a monarchy. Now that the decision has been made to carry out military, the most important thing next is to discuss the specific process of military reform and when to implement the reform. On this point, Archduke Serrano, as the Minister of Defense, has a lot of say. Archduke Serrano knew the situation of the Spanish army best. He also knew best how to carry out reforms and where to make changes. After more than 2 hours of discussion, Carlo and the two military leaders finally agreed on a preliminary plan for the reform of the Spanish army. After this military reform, the Spanish native army of 70,000 will be expanded to 100,000, which also means that Spain will have at least 130,000 standing troops. However, before expanding the army, the 70,000 strong local army must first be strictly streamlined, and those soldiers and officers who do not meet the military standards must be laid off. Officers are graduates from military academies. Basically, more than 400 graduates join the army every year, so there is no need to worry about the reserve of officers. After the army is thoroughly streamlined, the process of expanding the Spanish army will be initiated. However, the requirements for this expansion will be very strict, requiring not only the Spaniards who join the army to have good physical fitness, but also their family background to be clean. They have been farmers for generations. The reason is preferably very simple. Currently, farmers have the highest support for the monarchy government, and they are also the least likely to join activities against the government. After completing this military reform, the government will also increase the income of soldiers and officers according to the financial situation. By increasing the income of soldiers and officers to stabilize the military morale. This is also what Carlo and Prime Minister Primo and Grand Duke Serrano discussed. The disbanding of the army will inevitably lead to a shake in the morale of the troops. An appropriate increase in wages will never be detrimental to the construction of the army. The second update of 3,200 words. Please support. Chapter 118 Vittorio M1872 rifle. Now that the decision has been made to carry out military reform, the sooner the better. No matter how the situation in Europe changes, Spain will always have peace of mind, because it has a strong army. British, the size of the navy must be kept below that of the great powers, and the main battleships cannot threaten the British Royal Fleet. In addition, due to the extremely high cost of the navy, Carlo currently has no intention of developing the navy. The Spanish fleet consists of only 3 or 2 small ironclad ships, which look quite shabby. Since the navy was not developed, the army became Spain's only hope to strengthen its military power. On this point, Carlo, Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano all had a tacit understanding. Military reform must also be accompanied by reform in weapons technology. Spain's current standard long rifles are relatively complex, with outdated muzzle-loading rifles and paper-wrapped bullets, as well as relatively advanced breech-loading rifles and metal-case bullets. Since a large-scale reform of the army is to be carried out, it is natural to take the opportunity to comprehensively upgrade the rifles equipped by the Spanish army. The good news is that after more than a year of hard work, Spain has made progress in breech-loading rifles. Because Spain had 2 technologies from Italy and Austria-Hungary, it only needed to integrate the 2 technologies with the help of Austro-Hungarian technical experts to improve the standard circumstances rifle belonging to Spain. Under such, the Spanish Vittorio M1872 rifle was successfully born, based on the new generation model improved from the Italian Vittorio rifle basis. The Spanish made further improvements on the Italian improvements, which basically made up for the shortcomings of this rifle. The caliber of this rifle is 10.35mm, and it uses a uniform 10.35x47mm black powder bullet. Smokeless gunpowder has not yet been developed, and all countries in the world use black powder bullets, which have major disadvantages in terms of power and accuracy. Carlo's military factory is currently engaged in the research and development of smokeless gunpowder. Once smokeless gunpowder has a certain appearance, Spanish weapons will be equipped with smokeless gunpowder bullets. The entire rifle weighs 4.6 kilograms, is 1350mm long, and has an initial firing velocity of 415 meters per second. Italy maintained the basic appearance of the Swiss Vittorio rifle, but changed the loading method from a tubular magazine to a single shot feed. The Spanish military factory made improvements on this basis, and added a magazine that could hold 4 bullets. The Spanish Vittorio M1872 rifle and the Italian Vittorio rifle use the same caliber, which also facilitates logistical supplies. If Spain's ammunition production capacity isn't sufficient in the future, it can easily purchase bullets from Italy, since the ammunition of the 2 countries is universal anyway. Similarly, if Italy lacks rifles or bullets, the bullets produced in Spain can be loaded into Italian rifles, which will be a huge help to the logistical supply of the 2 countries. Unifying the Army's weapons series can greatly facilitate the Army's logistics supply. After all, if the soldiers all use the same type of rifle, they only need to transport and supply the same type of bullets. But if several types of rifles are used, especially those with different calibers, it will be a huge problem for logistical supplies. The front line finally waited for a large amount of supplies, but it turned out that there was no bullet that was compatible with their rifles, which meant that this batch of supplies was completely useless to the army. Carlo understood this point, so when developing this rifle, he made it clear that the caliber must be consistent with Italian rifles. When smokeless gunpowder is successfully developed in the future, it will not be too late to change the caliber of the rifle. Now that they are all black powder bullets, it is better to keep them consistent to facilitate logistics supply in the rear. Since it was decided to reform the army, Carlo ordered the Royal Arsenal to conduct a final test on the Vittorio M1872 rifle. As long as the military gave the nod, it could be mass-produced and equipped to the army at any time. Upon hearing that Carlo had even prepared the army's standard rifles, Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano were naturally very curious and expressed their willingness to go together to watch the rifle test. Carlo had no objection. Prime Minister Primo was in charge of the Ministry of Finance, and Archduke Serrano was in charge of the Ministry of Defense. Was indeed the most advanced rifle in Spain, and even one of the most advanced rifles in Europe. Even the technical experts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire admired this rifle design, not to mention Spain, where military technology was not very developed. If this rifle can be equipped on a large scale, the combat effectiveness of the Spanish army will definitely be improved. M1872 rifle. There are various rifles originally equipped by Spain, as well as the Austro-Hungarian Wendel M1867 rifle and the Italian Vittorio M1870 rifle. Carlo was quite confident in the Vittorio M1872 rifle improved by the Spanish arsenal. The reason why he compared it with these rifles was naturally to show the advanced nature of the M1872 rifle. Archduke Serrano were coming to observe the rifle experiment. The presence of His Majesty the King and the two government leaders in person naturally attracted the Royal Arsenal's great attention. Before the public test, the Royal Arsenal also carefully inspected and tested the M1872 rifle to ensure that there would be no problems during the public test. However, the Royal Arsenal technicians' worries were unnecessary. Originally, the Vittorio M1872 rifle was an improvement on the Italian Vittorio M1870 rifle, so it couldn't be made worse by the changes. Most of the various Spanish rifles are muzzle-loading rifles. How can muzzle-loading rifles be compared with breech-loading rifles? The only rifle that really competed with the Vittorio M1872 rifle was actually the standard rifle of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Wendel M1867 rifle. The full name of the Wendel M1867 rifle is the M1867 Wendel Harleb rifle, which was jointly developed by Wendel and Harleb. The reason for developing this breech-loading rifle was naturally due to the excellent performance of the breech-loading rifles in the hands of the Prussian army in several wars. In fact, it was not just the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This period was an important period for the whole of Europe, to switch from muzzle-loading rifles to breech-loading rifles, and also an important period for the switch from paper-wrapped bullets to metal bullets. In addition, it was also an important period for the transformation of ordinary black powder into smokeless powder. This also means that during this period, European countries' weapons and equipment and military technology will usher in a period of explosive development. In addition to these weapons and equipment for the army, the navy will also see great progress. Ironclad ships will evolve into battleships, battleships will evolve into dreadnoughts, and then into super dreadnoughts, and so on. Although it seems that many generations of evolution are needed, in fact, this period of time is only 30 or 40 years. This is also the reason why Carlo vigorously built military factories. If Spain cannot catch up in this golden period of development of military technology, it will lag far behind in military technology in the future. Although Spain does not currently plan to develop its navy, Carlo still attaches great importance to shipyards and related shipbuilding technology. Italy's level of shipbuilding is quite excellent, and Carlo also introduced Italy's shipbuilding technology in cooperation with the Italian government. However, this kind of cooperation is relatively secretive, and the expansion of the Valencia shipyard in Spain is basically kept secret. As long as the warships are not built in a high-profile manner, other countries will basically not be able to discover the changes in the shipyard. Back to the rifle test. Witnessed by Carlo, Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano, the Vittorio M1872 rifle was formally put into competitive testing with a range of rifles. This test will directly affect the future rifle equipment of the Spanish army. Whichever rifle wins the test will basically become the priority purchase target of the Spanish army. As expected, the Vittorio M1872 rifle won. As mentioned before, the only rifle that was actually qualified to compete with this rifle was the Austro-Hungarian Empire's Wendel M1867 rifle. But the Wendel M1867 rifle had two fatal flaws. One is that this rifle uses 11.15 x 42mm flanged metal fixed ammunition. The bullet mass is less than 20 grams, and the bullet's killing power is insufficient. The second is the breech locking device. Although many breech-loading rifles of this era adopted a locking device, the Wendel M1867 rifle still needed to rotate the locking device when loading, which greatly reduced the number of bullets that could be fired per minute. The bullet was not powerful enough and its firing rate was not as fast as that of the Vitali M1872 rifle, which resulted in the Wendell M1867 rifle performing far worse than the Vitali M1872 rifle in the test. But from the code names of the two rifles, it can be seen that there is actually a 5-year difference between the two rifles. Even compared with the Italian Vitali M1870 rifle, there is a 3-year difference between them. In this era, 3 years of military technology has made a huge difference. The French artillery, which shows the difference that 3 or 4 years can make in military technology. Since the Vitali M1872 rifle won the final victory, there was nothing much to say about what happened next. Archduke Serrano smiled and said that he would use the military funds of the Ministry of Defense to purchase a batch of Vitali M1872 rifles. After the military reform is completed in the future, the Vitali M1872 rifle will be fully adopted to increase the combat effectiveness of the Spanish army. In addition to an order from the Ministry of Defense, Carlo also placed an order for his own guards. The guards could have purchased Vitali rifles from Italy, but Carlo took into account that Spain was also developing breech-loading rifles, so he did not equip Italy with a Vitali rifle on a large scale. Now that Spain's own breech-loading rifle technology has been developed, it is naturally time for the guards to equip themselves with the new Vitali M1872 rifle on a large scale. The first update of 3000 words. Please support. I had something to do yesterday and forgot to ask for leave. Sorry. Chapter 119 Development of Military Factories. Although Prime Minister Primo nor Archduke Serrano said it explicitly, their attitudes actually showed neither support for the royal arsenal. The government is openly encouraging civilian arms companies to grow bigger and stronger, but in fact it also hopes to have a larger scale military factory to support Spain's image. No matter who owns this military factory, as long as it can develop more advanced weapons for Spain and continuously manufacture these weapons and provide them to the Spanish army, that will be enough. Spain does need a leading military industrial enterprise. A large military factory can do more than dozens of small military factories. Spain currently needs a very large-scale military factory to fill its facade. This is the same for all countries, just like the Krupp arsenal of the German Empire and the future Skoda arsenal of Austria. Only such military industrial giants can open up the arms market. If we rely on small and medium-sized military factories to expand the arms trade, it would be better to expect foreign weapons to be sold at a lower price. The scale and capital to qualify as a military giant. After all, there were no particularly advanced weapons in this era, and rifles and cannons were already the most commonly used light and heavy weapons. There are a large number of military industrial enterprises in Spain, including hundreds of factories and private workshops of all sizes. However, most of these military industrial enterprises produce old hunting rifles, pistols, etc., which have no technical content, and even the quality of the guns cannot be guaranteed. Even if there were military factories capable of producing muzzle-loading rifles and cannons, they were destined to be unable to compete with the royal arsenal in developing breech-loading rifles and manufacturing more advanced cannons. The current attitude of the Spanish government towards these military industrial enterprises is to provide as much assistance as possible to other medium-sized military factories on the premise of focusing on supporting the royal arsenal. It would be better if we could expand into more places. But if these medium-sized military factories are not up to the task, we will eventually have to focus all our efforts on making the Royal Military Factory the leading military enterprise in Spain. Of course, those small and medium-sized military enterprises will not be eliminated. After all, there is a market for shotguns and pistols. The Royal Military Factory will not be able to grab orders for these weapons with low profits and few orders. After receiving orders from the military and the guards, the Royal Arsenal became busy. Although it is a company that has only been established for fewer years, the Royal Arsenal is the largest among all military industrial enterprises in Spain. But compared with the larger military factories in Europe, the Royal Arsenal became busy. Arsenal is still relatively small in scale. The Royal Arsenal has less than 1,000 employees, and there is no exact number for the output of weapons. However, according to the current production capacity of the Royal Arsenal, it can basically produce at least 500 rifles, 10 artillery pieces, 75,000 rounds of ammunition, and 1,200 rounds of artillery shells every month. Of course, this is based on a little bit of everything. If we focus on producing rifles and bullets, the monthly production capacity should be able to increase to 1,000 rifles and more than 150,000 bullets. This also shows the current scale of the Royal Arsenal, which is too small for Spain. Not to mention too much, just for the Spanish army of 100,000 to be equipped with the latest Vittorio M1872 rifles, it would take at least 8 years, even if the Royal Arsenal worked overtime to produce them. This also means that the Royal Arsenal's biggest task in the future is to expand its scale, increase the number of employees to at least 10,000, and increase annual weapons output to at least 50,000 rifles. The current production capacity of the Royal Arsenal cannot even meet the domestic demand in Spain, let alone open up Spain's arms trade market and trade arms with other countries to earn a steady stream of foreign exchange income. The good news is that with the technical experts from the Austro-Hungarian Empire in charge, the expansion of the Royal Arsenal will be much smoother. New employees entering the Royal Arsenal can master certain skills under the short-term training of these technical experts, and it will be no problem for them to invest in the production of weapons. The large-scale expansion of the Royal Arsenal was not approved before. One reason was that the breech-loading rifle under development had not yet made any progress, and even if the arsenal was expanded, it would not produce weapons. Secondly, there is no confirmed order from the military expands to a sufficient scale, but there is no continuous order. It will just eat up all the resources and waste the royal family's funds in vain. Now that there are a steady stream of orders, it can ensure that the royal arsenal will not lack income in the next few years. As for the source of orders after this order is completed, it can also turn its attention to America across the Atlantic. Breech-loading rifles were just beginning to be developed in Europe, so it was impossible for Latin American countries to master this technology. With the help of technical experts from Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Spain's breech-loading rifle technology was considered to be among the best in Europe. The standard long rifles that Spain is equipped with on a large scale naturally have a certain market in Latin America. Argentina, Mexico and other American countries were once colonies of Spain. Although they became independent from Spain, they also resolved the only conflict with the Spanish government. In theory, Argentines and Mexicans share the same roots with the Spanish. Although this connection has been alienated by long-term colonization and intermarriage, these people are naturally closer to Spain than to other countries. As long as the weapons of the royal arsenal are of good quality, it is easy to get an order from these countries. Although it may not be a large-scale order, as long as it can feed the royal arsenal, it is not a problem. These Latin American countries can at least put together orders for tens of thousands of rifles next 5 years. Besides, even if there are not enough orders for rifles, we can give priority to producing artillery. Moreover, bullets and shells are consumables, and there will be a steady stream of orders. In the future, the Spanish army will pay more attention to infantry target practice and artillery training, and bullets and artillery shells will be consumed continuously. These orders combined are enough to support a royal arsenal with more than 10,000 employees. Even if it is in a loss-making state, it is to Carlo, as long as it is not too serious. After all, there are still many wars that these European powers will face in the future. As long as Spain's weapons and equipment are not too backward, it will still be able to grab an order. There will also be military operations to develop African colonies, and Carlo has nothing to worry about the development of the royal arsenal. However, the expansion of military factories cannot be carried out blindly. The expansion of these factories is always linked to each other, and the expansion of one enterprise is the result of the simultaneous development of many industries. Take military factories as an example. The production of rifles and artillery requires a lot of steel. The first step is to expand the steel mills to meet the steel demand after the expansion of military factories. This is not the end. A production line of rifles or artillery requires a lot of mechanical manufacturing equipment, which can also help the development of mechanical manufacturing plants, the development of the Spanish economy, and is a good thing for both the Spanish government and the people. Apart from other things, a large factory with more than 10,000 employees pays a huge amount of tax every year. According to the current per capita income of Spain, which is about 97 pesetas, the annual salary paid to these workers is more than 1 million pesetas. After they receive this income, no matter which industry they spend it on, it can continue to drive the economic development of Spain. The government can also obtain a steady stream of tax revenue from these consumption links, thus achieving a win-win situation for military factories, the people and the government. Of course, the one that benefited the most was probably Carlo's royal family. The military factory is a royal property, and the salaries paid to workers by the military factory will also make the workers grateful to Carlo. You know, the salaries and various welfare policies provided to workers by the royal industries are basically the best among all factories in Spain. People are very optimistic about joining the royal industry. Logically speaking, Carlo is also a big capitalist. In fact, Carlo's capital far exceeds that of all the capitalists in Spain, and his wealth is comparable to some of the top nobles in Spain. If the Bourbon royal family's land had not been taken away by the government, the royal family would probably be the richest family in Spain at that time. But this is also a good thing. After the people learned that the original Bourbon royal family's land had been taken away by the government and distributed to the people in various ways, their favorability towards the royal family would naturally increase. Knowing that he could not get these lands, Carlo naturally took the initiative to provide them to the government and advocated various policies so that the people could actually enjoy the benefits. For example, a considerable portion of these lands will be rented out to the public at low prices. If agricultural taxes are reduced, the income of these farmers who rent the land will also increase significantly. The people would naturally be grateful to the royal family and Carlo. It was impossible for the government to come out and declare that the leasing of land had nothing to do with the royal family, so Carlo was able to enjoy a good reputation among the people at no cost. Although Carlo did not make any big moves, due to the influence accumulated over time, the Spanish people still have a relatively high level of recognition of Carlo. They no longer have any rejection or prejudice towards this foreigner, who came from Italy to be king. Compared with many previous kings of Spain, even if Carlo cannot be ranked as excellent, he can at least achieve good results at present. With Prime Minister Primo's reforms and the development of the Spanish economy, Carlo's achievements will continue to improve. At least so far, Carlo is not in a hurry. Now he has firmly established his throne and no one can drive him off the throne. What he needs to do next is to gradually exert influence in the government and the military, and then wait for the opportunity to take over power. After completely taking over the power of the government and the army, Carlo had to set his own goals while maintaining the rapid development of Spain's economy and industry. The only goal is to make Spain stronger and once again become a European power, a player in the world chess game, rather than a pawn on the chessboard. There is only one sign of whether Spain is strong or not, and whether it can rise, and that is the ownership of Gibraltar, which is right at its doorstep. If Spain can just retake Gibraltar, then Spain will have accomplished a powerful goal, and will be back among the great powers of Europe. But if Gibraltar, right at Spain's doorstep, is still in the hands of other countries, Spain will not have completed its task of becoming stronger, and will still be some distance away from becoming a European power. The reason why Gibraltar is seen as a target for Spain's rise is that Gibraltar is very important to Spain and the Spanish. Later generations of Spain have never given up their claims to Gibraltar. Unfortunately, the time for Spain to take back Gibraltar has long passed, and the ownership of Gibraltar has always been one of the topics of concern to the Spanish. If Gibraltar could be recaptured from the British, it would be a great boost to Carlo's reputation. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as Carlo can take back Gibraltar from the British, he will become one of the greatest monarchs in the hearts of all Spaniards, and even the word one of can be removed. This would be a huge boost to the morale of the Spanish military and the people, and would also greatly increase the loyalty of all Spaniards to Carlo. After retaking Gibraltar, even if Carlo directly declared that he would ascend the throne and become the Emperor of Spain, no Spaniard would object. The fact that it could boost public morale and infinitely improve military morale alone meant that Carlo was destined to take Gibraltar. What's more, Gibraltar's geographical location is also very important. It can control the Strait of Gibraltar and cut off the shipping routes between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. However, it is precisely because of Gibraltar's extremely important geographical location that the British also attach great importance to Gibraltar. If Spain wants to retake Gibraltar, it is doomed to have a war with the British. The British are not fools, and Spain will never use any land in exchange for Gibraltar. So in Carlo's mind, the British have never been Spain's allies, not now and not in the future. The only countries in Europe that are suitable to be Spain's allies are Germany and Austria-Hungary, and they are also the countries that can actually help Spain retake Gibraltar. As for Italy, basically there is no need to think about it. First of all, Italy is unlikely to go to war with the British for Spain, and they don't have much conflict with the British. Secondly, even if the Italian government was willing to go to war with Britain for Spain, Carlo did not dare to believe how the Italian government would perform in the war. Although Carlo is also a member of the Italian royal family, this does not mean that the relationship between Spain and Italy will be so close. Both countries are powerful countries on the Mediterranean coast, and there is competition between them. In Carlo's mind, Italy is not necessarily as reliable as the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Carlo never expected Italy to help Spain. Second update of 4200 words. Please support. I forgot to ask for leave yesterday. I'm very sorry. I wrote almost 1500 more words today as compensation. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 120 Agriculture has no financial interest. Since March 1872, a vigorous military reform has officially begun in Spain. In order to prevent a major impact on the army, the military reform will be implemented in batches throughout the Spanish army. The first to be put into the reform were naturally the garrisons around Madrid. The good news is that the troops defending the capital are the elite of all the Spanish armies itself will not be too great. The reason why this army is chosen as the primary target of reform is naturally because it is less affected by military reform. After the reform of this army was completed, we could boldly and confidently promote military reforms in other armies across Spain. With this army protecting the capital of Madrid and the guards stationed near the royal palace, it can be ensured that the Spanish government will not face any danger and military reforms can be carried out steadily. When Spain officially launched large-scale military reforms, Carlo learned in detail about the various organizational, reform structures and troop deployments of the current Spanish army. Currently, all the Spanish troops together include 28 line infantry regiments, 11 light infantry battalions, 12 cavalry regiments, 1 engineering regiment and 14 colonial garrison regiments. The total number of soldiers exceeded 100,000, of which about 70,000 were stationed in mainland Spain and more than 30,000 were stationed in various Spanish colonies. It is worth mentioning that there is no separate artillery regiment in all Spanish military organizations. Of course Spain has artillery, but they are in the form of artillery companies within infantry and cavalry regiments. Moreover, all the artillery pieces of Spain added up to only a little over 200 pieces, which was a big gap compared with the great powers during the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War. But this is understandable. In terms of artillery technology and the scale of artillery equipment, it is only in the past decade that major changes have occurred. Especially after Prussia used a new steel-making method to smelt steel, and then used steel cannons to deal a fatal blow to the French army, countries gradually began to pay more attention to artillery. This is not the World War I decades later, when countries have already equipped themselves with numerous machine guns and artillery. In this era, infantry and cavalry were still the mainstream of each country, and machine guns had not yet been invented. In order to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Spanish army, in addition to carrying out military reforms and improving the military quality of officers and soldiers, it is also necessary to equip it with artillery on a large scale and, in the future, machine guns on a large scale. On the premise of improving the military quality of officers and soldiers, we can also improve the advancement of weapons and equipment. However, these are obviously not, although what Carlo can promote now. Prime Minister Primo does not object to some of Carlo's opinions. He will certainly not allow Carlo to continue to dictate the government and the army. Fortunately, this military reform will effectively improve the combat effectiveness of the Spanish army, and it is not too late to talk about other things later. As time entered April 1872, the Spanish government became busy. Prime Minister Primo not only had to focus on the reform of the army, but also had to devote a lot of energy to the reform of the Spanish government and the development of the economy. At the same time, after the marriage with the Austro-Hungarian royal family, Spain also had to make some moves at the diplomatic level. At present, the alliance between Spain and Austria-Hungary is already under negotiation, which also diverted some of Prime Minister Primo's energy. For Primo, who is about to turn 60, such a busy government affairs has indeed brought a lot of pressure. At present, all aspects of Spain's development have entered a critical period, which makes it almost difficult for Prime Minister Primo to sleep well. Unlike the busy and stressed Prime Minister Primo, Carlo, as the King of Spain, was leisurely and contented during this period, living his carefree life as a king. After the wedding, Carlo and Queen Sophie began their honeymoon. Carlo and Queen Sophie first lived in the royal palace of Madrid for a while, and then went to cities such as Toledo, Valladolid, Seville and Valencia, enjoying the beautiful scenery of Spain while traveling. However, the areas that Carlo passed through were all central and southern Spain, which are under the control of the government and safety can be guaranteed. Of course, during Carlo's tour, the guards sent cavalry and infantry battalions to follow and protect him. Under the protection of these soldiers, Carlo's safety was basically guaranteed. Even if faced with thousands of rebels, the Guards Cavalry Battalion and the Guards Infantry Battalion could hold out until the Spanish government troops arrived. Unless faced with tens of thousands of rebels, nothing could threaten Carlo's safety. Carlo still attaches great importance to his own safety. In addition to using these guards to follow and protect him, the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau, which has already been established, will also accompany him for protection. The Royal Security Intelligence Service was established on May 17, 1870. After a year-long probation period, Carlo affirmed the ability of Cardinal Bruno, the director of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, and officially appointed him as the director of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, becoming his confidant. To date, Carlo has invested more than 2.4 million pesetas in the Royal Security Intelligence Agency. Director Caddy did not waste Carlo's investment. The 2.4 million pesetas bought Carlo more than 400 intelligence personnel and hundreds of secret agents who'd cooperate with the intelligence agency. Fact: the Royal Security Intelligence Service has evolved into Carlo's eyes, helping Carlo to find out all kinds of major and minor events happening at home and abroad, and investigating any candidates Carlo wants to investigate. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Carlo was sure of Caddy's ability was that the Royal Security Intelligence Agency found out the murderer who assassinated Prime Minister Primo within less than a year of its establishment. When Carlo learned that the real culprit behind the assassination of Prime Minister Primo was the Duke of Osuna, a prominent member of the Spanish aristocracy, he was reluctant to believe it at first. But when Director Carlo provided more complete evidence, Carlo had to believe that Duke Osuna was the real culprit behind the assassination. Now that the real culprit behind the assassination has been found, the next things will be much easier. Considering the stability of Spain and the possible impact on the aristocracy, it would be better to handle this matter in a low-key manner. Ended in complete failure, and even Primo's pistol was not damaged. When the intelligence agency sent the complete chain of evidence to the Duke of Osuna, the Duke, who was full of confidence when he launched the assassination, finally panicked. However, he also knew that Carlo was able to send the chain of evidence to him instead of handing it over to Prime Minister Primo to arrest him, which proved that there was still room for maneuver in this matter. Carlo had no good feelings towards people like the Duke of Osuna. However, considering that the Duke of Osuna had a relatively high status and influence among the Spanish aristocracy, if he was treated too cruelly, it might make some of the already shaken nobles even more disloyal. After final thought, Carlo offered the Duke of Osuna two options. Alternatively, the chain of evidence will be kept by the Duke of Osuna himself, at the cost of selling at least 60% of the Duke of Osuna's land property to the royal family at market price, and donating the proceeds to the government. Otherwise, the evidence will be submitted to Prime Minister Primo, and the government will arrest and try the Duke of Osuna, and ultimately decide whether the Duke of Osuna's property will remain or go away. The first option at least left Duke Osuna with less than 40% of his property, so it would not be a problem for him to become a wealthy nobleman from now on. If the second option is chosen, even if the title of Duke of Asuna can be retained, it may not be on the head of the current Duke of Asuna. More importantly, the government would not be too polite to the nobles, especially for a traitor like the Duke of Asuna who plotted to assassinate the Prime Minister. Most of his property would probably be confiscated by the government. Without much thought, the Duke of Asuna chose the first method and willingly sold more than 60% of his property to the royal family. There was no way. Facing the Spanish government and royal family at that time, he did not have many means to resist. Moreover, the royal family already has enough evidence in their hands. Resistance at this time will not have any effect. Instead, it will put the Duke of Asuna and his family in greater crisis. This matter was more like an exchange of interests. Duke Asuna used more than 60% of his land to exchange for a chance to survive, and the funds from the sale of these lands were handed over to the government in exchange for Prime Minister Primo's forgiveness. Carlo was also able to purchase land to make the royal family's land the largest among European nobles again. From then on, the Spanish royal family would no longer be a family with a lot of money but little land. Although the land in Spain is not as fertile as that in other countries, the income from farming is not as high as imagined. But for those more traditional nobles, the amount of land owned by the nobles can determine their influence to a certain extent. For example, the nobles and dukes in Spain, who have greater influence, must hold the most land and property in their hands. Those marquesses and earls with less influence certainly do not have as much property and land as the duke. This matter was also discussed with Prime Minister Primo. Compared with the Duke of Asuna, Prime Minister Primo is definitely more important to Carlo. Prime Minister Primo also agreed with Carlo's idea of a cold treatment. After all, the government can also gain a certain amount of funds from this incident. The only one who loses is the Duke of Asuna. In addition to losing more than 60% of his property, all the armed forces he trained had to be abolished and would need to be under long-term government prime supervision. If it were not for the stability of the country, Minister Primo even planned to execute the Duke of Asuna directly. But this is a good thing. First of all, it can stabilize the aristocracy, which is helpful for the stability of Spain. Secondly, it can also make some people in the major Spanish forces think carefully about the consequences of standing up against the government. The Duke of Asuna has a lot of property to compensate, but other nobles may not have it. Huge blow to the entire ducal family. After all, the biggest income for these more traditional nobles came from agriculture. They would rent their land to farmers, who would not only pay them rent, but also taxes. Of course, this may also be the reason why the Duke of Asuna assassinated Prime Minister Primo. Actual reduction of agricultural taxes would be a huge sum for them. This also makes us admire the church's tact. If the reduction of agricultural taxes affected some of the great nobles, then the abolition of the tithe was a major blow to the church. One of the major sources of income for the Spanish church was the tithes paid by farmers, and another major source of income was agricultural taxes from church land. One of these two major sources of income was directly abolished by the government, and the other was also significantly reduced due to the government's tax reduction policy. In other words, Archbishop Pedro was sensible, otherwise it would be hard to say whether the Spanish church would rebel. In fact, this also shows how many forces were affected by Prime Minister Primo's reforms. Even the nobles who openly supported the royal family were affected, but many people were still able to see the situation clearly. The reason why Carlo established the Royal United Bank was naturally to bring the nobles together, to make money and let them find new income in other industries than land. If the focus is only on land taxes and other income, the nobles will never forget the impact of government tax cuts on them. But if you focus on the financial industry and industry, the nobles will also find that in Spain, finance and industry are the real ways to make money. The land in Spain was originally very poor, so the landlords could not make much money. A very simple example can show this: to never become a strong country in agriculture. Being able to meet the needs of the domestic population is already good news. Expecting to make a lot of money from agriculture is simply a pipe dream. Today I will update only once. CK3 has been updated. I'm itching to update it. There is also a new season for King of Glory. I will play some games today. Chapter 121: The development of the royal industry. Carlo currently does not have much power in the Spanish government. Spain's executive, legislative and military powers are basically concentrated in the Spanish government and parliament. There are pros and cons to this for Carlo as a monarch. The cons are obvious. Carlo will not have too much power, and it will be impossible for him to develop Spain as he wants. Could still share some of the credit. But if the reform or the war failed, the government and parliament would naturally bear the main responsibility, and Carlo and the royal family would have little to do with it. It's even that the royal family just makes gestures under appropriate circumstances. Basically, those accidents will not affect the status of the royal family, and the people naturally will not blame the royal family for having no power and being unable to influence the government. For monarchs who prefer to maintain the status quo and have no great ambitions, it is naturally good for them to have no power. But for an ambitious monarch like Carlo, this situation may not be a good thing. More importantly, the current development of the Spanish government is somewhat distorted. During the reign of Queen Isabella, although power was concentrated in the hands of the Prime Minister, the King had the power to appoint and dismiss the Prime Minister, and could greatly limit the Prime Minister's power. But in the current Spanish government, although on the surface the cabinet government and the parliament have dual powers, in reality the parliament has no supervisory or restrictive role over the cabinet government at all. The party that wins the majority of seats in parliament has the power to form the Spanish cabinet government, which resulted in Prime Minister Primo being in charge of the entire cabinet government, while also controlling the majority of seats in the Spanish parliament. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Spanish government is ruled by Prime Minister Primo. As long as the policies are decided by the cabinet government, there will not be much opposition in the parliament who controlled Spain's military power. He would probably have achieved a rare feat, combining military, political, and legal power. This is also the reason why Prime Minister Primo's reforms have been very successful so far. The cabinet government is composed of reformists promoted by Prime Minister Primo, and most of them are members of the Progressive Party to which Prime Minister Primo belongs. The Progressive Party also holds the majority of seats in Parliament, and the Liberal Party is also very supportive of reform. Although the Conservative Party opposes reform, the problem is that they are not in power, and because Carlo also publicly reform supports, there is no resistance to reform in the government and Parliament. But this situation must be changed. Prime Minister Primo is capable and loyal to the royal family. The reason why he came to power was more to promote reforms in Spain. But such a huge power is not suitable for every Spanish prime minister. For Carlo, it was because he wanted to see the reform succeed that he allowed Prime Minister Primo to have such great power up some of his power after the successful reform. Prime Minister Primo certainly understood his situation, and the saying that he was more meritorious than his master was not just talk. Although Carlo could gain some credit and public favor after the reform was successful by publicly supporting the reform, it was ultimately not as great as the great reputation that Prime Minister Primo, who actually promoted the reform, gained still. However, the success of reform is still a long way from Spain. Carlo also saw the changes in various parts of Spain through this honeymoon trip. Although the overall changes are for the better, there is still a big gap between Spain and other European powers. One of the main goals of this trip is the civil industrial base previously established by the Spanish government. Although the importance of the civil industrial base is currently lower than that of the Barcelona industrial base, it is also one of the few medium and large industrial bases in Spain so far. More importantly, the civil industrial base is the first industrial base officially and built in Spain since Carlo became king, and it is also of commemorative significance to Carlo. Of course, in addition to inspecting the construction and production of the civil industrial base launched, another purpose of coming to the civil industrial base is to check the construction of the steel mills and other factories under the royal industry in the industrial base. Speaking of the royal family's industry, the person in charge at the beginning was only Butler Lauren. But up to now, Butler Lauren has several talents in charge of managing the royal family's property. They control various industries and assets, and all of these add up to the total property of the royal family. If Carlo were asked to directly tell how much the royal family's property was, he really didn't know. Although he had only arrived in Spain for 2 or 3 years, the development of the royal family's property could no longer be simply described as rapid. The Royal Union Bank alone is enough to make the Spanish royal family one of the top 5 richest families in Spain, not to mention the National Bank established a year ago, in which the royal family also holds a 45% stake. These two banks ensure that the royal family's industries are no longer short of funds, and they can easily borrow enough funds from the two banks for development. The two super large official banks also directly rectified the Spanish banking industry. Although they did not directly suppress those small and medium-sized banks, these small and medium-sized banks were completely unable to resist the expansion of the two large banks. Currently, Royal United Bank has established a total of 26 bank branches in 15 mainland regions of Spain. The total number of bank depositors exceeded 310,000 at the beginning of the year, and the total savings funds reached more than 85 million. Of course, with the expansion of banks and the continuous increase in users, the average deposit size of each user will be greatly reduced. At present, the per capita deposit in the Royal Bank is only about 270 pesetas, while the per capita income counted by the government in 1872 has exceeded 107 pesetas. The per capita deposit is roughly equivalent to 2.5 years of per capita annual income. These data can show two pieces of news. One is that the average annual income of Spanish people is growing. The policy of reducing agricultural taxes and abolishing the tithe is definitely an important reason. The increase in the income of farmers, who make up the majority of the Spanish population, is actually good news for Spain. Moreover, with the construction of industrial bases, state-owned factories and private factories, the number of workers and their income will increase in the future. This will also drive the growth of per capita income in Spain and become a booster for Spain's economic growth. As long as Spain's infrastructure and other industrial construction does not stop, the corresponding per capita income annual and economic growth will not stop either. Although it cannot catch up with other powerful countries in a short period of time, it is already a significant improvement compared to Spain a few years ago. Before the revolution, the average annual income of Spaniards was less than 87 pesetas. This data does not include a large number of low-income people, so the actual figure must be even lower. The current per capita annual income has exceeded 107 pesetas. Although only 4 years have passed compared to 1868, the per capita income has increased by at least 23%. The speed of this increase is still relatively slow, because the main factor driving the increase in per capita income is still the growth in farmers' income. Next, the growth of workers' income will be a greater driving force for the increase in per capita income, and the changes it can bring will also be more obvious. According to the Spanish government's estimates, the average annual income of the Spanish people would rise to at least 145 pesetas around 1875. It would rise to more than 160 pesetas in 1880, which was almost twice that of 1868. By around 1880, the various reforms promoted by the Spanish government were basically completed. Whether in the industrial or economic fields, Spain could proudly call itself the #1 country among the great powers. In other words, it was the goalkeeper of the great powers. Those who are stronger than Spain are naturally qualified to be called a great power. Those who are weaker than Spain are naturally unworthy of being called a great power. The good news is that Carlo has already started his own plan for the African colonies. This also means that after the reforms are completed in the future, Spain will not miss the great opportunity to divide Africa because of the slow progress of the reforms. African colonies were still very important. Not only did they have a large indigenous population that could serve as free labor, but the colonies also had a lot of resources that could be used by Spain. Apart from the relatively big problem that most of the African population is black, the African colonies can basically only bring benefits. After all, the indigenous people of Africa are still very backward, and most African tribes have no ability to resist the colonization of European powers. Italy's colonization of the Abyssinian Empire was an accident after all, and they did succeed in the end. As for other parts of Africa, the natives could only tremble helplessly under the steel guns and cannons of the great powers. Carlo's arrival caused a sensation throughout the civil industrial base. More than 1/3 of the factories in this industrial base were built by the royal family, and the factories would naturally publicize events related to Carlo. The workers in the royal factory enjoyed more relaxed work requirements than those in other factories, and received more income than those in other factories, which naturally made these workers grateful to Carlo, the real owner of the factory, is what other workers outside dream of. As for Carlo, who provided such a working environment, the workers naturally had no other thoughts. All they had was endless gratitude and curiosity about the young king. The first update of 3,100 words. Please support. Chapter 122, Inspecting Industrial Bases. At the civil industrial base, Carlo met with the head of the industrial base and the head of the royal industry in the Andalusia region. Because the royal industry is so large, in addition to butler Lauren, who is in charge of the overall situation in Madrid, each region in Spain is equipped with a main person in charge. They will regularly report to butler Lauren on the expansion of the royal industries in each region, and the corresponding income and expenditure will be made into statements and reported once a month. The head of the Andalusia region is Jose Isis Goris, a tall, thin middle-aged man. Jose Isis Goris was an Orthodox Spaniard who not only had a university degree, but also worked as a bank manager. However, after the establishment of the Royal United Bank, the bank where Jose Isis Goris worked soon went bankrupt. The entire bank was acquired by the royal family and converted into one of the branches of the Royal United Bank. This is also the reason why Royal United Bank expanded so quickly. As large banks expanded, many small banks often went bankrupt due to customer losses. The Royal United Bank would acquire these bankrupt banks and renovate them into new Royal United Bank branches. As the manager of a previously bankrupt bank, Jose Isis Goris's abilities were recognized by butler Lauren, and he was eventually promoted step by step to become the head of the Andalusia region. Of course, Jose Isis Goris was mainly responsible for managing the factories within the industrial base and the two Royal United Banks in the Andalusia region. Apart from these, other businesses are also managed by other persons in charge, and butler Lauren will not attach too much power to one person, as this is the easiest way to breed corruption. Unlike Jose Isis Goris, who is tall and thin and looks like a cultured man, the person in charge of the construction of Civil's industrial base looks more like a military man. But this is normal. The Civil industrial base is not only the first industrial base ordered to be built by Carlo since he became king, but also the first industrial base ordered to be started by Primo since he became prime minister. The success of the Civil industrial base is very important. It is not only the first step in the large-scale construction of Spanish industry, but also the first step for Prime Minister Primo to promote reforms, and for Carlo to start his own rule. In order to supervise the construction of the entire industrial base, the head of the industrial base, Lorando Alesso, was drawn from the army. The industrial base will also have a small-scale army to protect and supervise the construction. Being in charge of the construction of the entire industrial base was also a great achievement for Lorando Alesso. Although Lorando Alesso was Prime Minister Primo's man, Carlo still encouraged him and said that the country and the royal family would not forget his contribution to the industrial base. The encouragement from the king naturally made Lorando Alesso very excited. Although Carlo was only a young king, no one could ignore Carlo's influence in Spain so far. As the head of the industrial base, Lorando Alesso certainly knew how grateful the workers in the royal factories and the industrial base were to the king. But this is normal. If someone can provide jobs like the one provided by the king, with less working hours and more salary, I believe these workers will be grateful to him. To put it bluntly, the reason these workers were grateful was not because of Carlo's identity as a king, but because of the welfare benefits he provided to these workers. The overall scale of the civil industrial base is not large, and Carlo basically visited the entire industrial base in just over an hour. Of course, during the visit to the industrial base, a team of soldiers accompanied Carlo to protect him, and workers and other employees of the industrial base were not allowed to approach Carlo within 100 meters. But this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the workers. Especially when they arrived at the royal factory, the workers had already gathered together, shouting words of gratitude to Carlo, and occasionally interspersed with cheers. "Long live His Majesty the King." Carlo naturally responded with a smile and a wave, while being led by Jose Isis Goris and Lorando Alesso to visit the entire industrial base. Although he seemed calm on the surface, Carlo was actually quite satisfied and pleased with the workers' cheers. At least this proves that Carlo's arrangements so far have not been in vain, and a considerable number of Spaniards have recognized him as a king. What Carlo needs to do now is to change the number of people who support him from a minority to a majority, preferably an overwhelming majority. As long as he can achieve such a grand goal, Carlo's layout in Spain will be completely completed, and he can easily lead the Spanish government and the Spanish people forward in the future. If he leads the Spaniards to recapture Gibraltar in the future, it goes without saying, Carlo will directly become one of the greatest monarchs in Spanish history, and his contribution to Spain is comparable to the merger of Castile and Aragon. If this step of the plan can be completed, it is estimated that the Spanish people's recognition of the royal family will shift to the House of Savoy. Only to that extent Carlo could completely eliminate the influence of the Bourbon family's rule in Spain for more than 100 years, and make all Spaniards support the new royal family, that is, the rule of the Savoy family, from the inside out. After visiting the civil industrial base, Carlo also conducted an actual inspection of the transportation conditions of the civil industrial base. Because the industrial base is not near the sea and there is no river for sea transportation, a relatively complete railway environment must be built around the civil industrial base to help the industrial base transport the required mineral resources and transport the manufactured industrial products for sale. The good news is that Andalusia, as the southernmost region of Spain, its capital, Seville, is relatively close to the ocean. This means that the transportation environment of the civil industrial base is not that difficult. Industrial raw materials and industrial products only need to be transported to the seaside port by rail, and then they can be easily transported to various parts of Spain or even abroad by sea. In addition, the current railway construction in Spain is not as bad as imagined, although it is not as good as the tens of thousands of kilometers of railways in other countries. The current railway mileage of more than 5,000 kilometers is enough for Spain. As the capital city of Andalusia, Seville is naturally included in the planning of the Spanish railway loop. All it takes is to connect the railway line to the surrounding industrial bases, and various materials can be transported to various cities or ports on the railway loop. In fact, there is nothing to check. The civil industrial base is unlikely to have any problems. If even this industrial base, which has only been built for a few years, has problems, then the Spanish government will not have to talk about industrial construction. Long before the construction of the industrial base began, the Spanish government invited a more professional team to plan the construction of the entire industrial base. Anyway, the scale of the industrial base is not particularly large, and there is no need to worry about attracting the attention of other powerful countries. Such a small and medium-sized industrial base is quite common in other powerful countries, and they also have relatively complete construction experience, which can naturally be used by the Spanish government. In fact, Europe does have such a construction team with considerable construction experience. The transportation of materials is one of the main considerations in the construction of industrial bases, and it is naturally taken into account when planning the industrial base. Including the Barcelona industrial base, which is currently under construction. Various conditions were also taken into consideration before construction. However, the Barcelona industrial base is close to the sea, and the transportation of materials will be more convenient than the Seville industrial base. Barcelona is also larger than Seville and closer to other European countries. Apart from being too close to France, and being close to the sea, which makes it vulnerable to attacks from the sea fleet, it has no other flaws. Of course, Madrid is also suitable for building, and Madrid is located in the center of Spain, and the transportation of materials here is relatively close to every region in Spain. But considering the damage that current industry has caused to the natural environment, Carlo decided to locate the industrial base in Barcelona. Madrid as the capital is also a strategic plan for Spain, and cannot be changed in a short period of time. If the natural environment of Madrid is damaged too badly, or even a fog city is created, then the Carlos who need to live around Madrid in the future will suffer. Madrid has an advantage in road transportation. As a port city, Barcelona also has an advantage in sea transportation. Carlo was quite satisfied with the inspection of the Seville base. This was not only a new starting point for Spanish industry, but also the first step in the rise of Spain under Carlo's rule. At present, the construction of the industrial base is going very smoothly. The major factories within the industrial base have entered production, and several steel mills and other factories invested and built by the royal family have long been fully staffed and are working overtime. Before the Barcelona industrial base is built, the Seville industrial base will serve as one of the few large bases for Spain's heavy industry, providing Spain with steel and other important materials needed for industrial development. Finally, after encouraging Lorando Alesso, the head of the industrial base, and Jose Isis Goris, the head of the royal industry in the Andalusia region, Carlo, along with Queen Sofia and many servants and soldiers, set out on the journey back to the capital, Madrid. The second update of 3,000 words. Please support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Western Austrian Alliance. While Carlo was traveling, the Spanish government was also busy. Considering that Spain's reforms urgently needed the support of a country with a certain industrial and economic foundation, the Spanish government held long consultations with the Austro-Hungarian government and signed a new Austro-Hungarian-Spanish alliance treaty. However, this alliance is not a true military alliance, but more like an economic and diplomatic cooperative alliance. This alliance treaty greatly strengthened the economic exchanges between Spain and Austria-Hungary. Spain's large amount of mineral resources and other materials could be easily transported to Austria-Hungary by sea, and Austria-Hungary's food and other industrial products could also reach Spain by sea. In addition to strengthening economic cooperation, the two sides also held consultations on tariff issues and agreed to jointly reduce tariffs and strengthen economic exchanges between the two countries. What Spain was more interested in was naturally the more advanced industry and other scientific and technological technologies of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Most of the equipment for Spain's industrial development was imported from the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Italy, and a small part was imported from the German Empire. This is also the reason why Spain's industrial development was relatively fast. After signing an alliance with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Spanish government also signed a similar alliance treaty with the Italian government. Although Italy's overall strength is not as good as that of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it also has a certain scale in industry and economy. At least it can provide assistance to Spain, and roads were being built in various places, and various factories, led by steel mills and chemical plants, were also being built continuously. However, while developing rapidly, the overall construction speed of Spain is also limited to a relatively reasonable range. There is no way. The name of the 1873 economic crisis is too loud, and its impact on the world economy is second only to the Great Depression that began in 1929. Carlo is still aware of the economic crisis that is about to occur next year, so he naturally wants to try his best to ensure that Spain's development is within a controllable range, rather than developing recklessly without restrictions. Speaking of the impending economic crisis, the real reason is that various countries are frantically building railways, which constantly stimulates the growth of domestic industry and economy. As we all know, when the scale of industrial production is far greater than consumption demand, an economic crisis will follow. How exaggerated was the development of various countries during this period? After the end of the Civil War, the United States entered a new wave of industrial development. In the 7 years from 1865 to 1872, the total mileage of railways built in the United States exceeded 31,092 miles, or more than 50,000 kilometers of railways. This is nearly 10 times the size of Spain's existing railways, and the Americans took only 7 years to build such a huge railway mileage, which is enough to show how exaggerated the development of American industry was during this period. It was under the wave of railway construction that the United States pig iron production increased from 755,000 tons in 1865 to more than 2 million tons, and coal production increased from 22.159 million tons in 1865 to nearly 50 million tons. Spain's current industrial scale is not even a fraction of that of the United States, while the US industry is still growing at an extremely exaggerated rate, which is precisely the reason for the outbreak of the economic crisis. So the question is, why does the US economic crisis affect the whole world? First, with the development of colonization and technology, the economic ties between countries around the world are becoming increasingly close. Second, more than half of all the funds used to build railways in the United States came from investments in Britain, France and other European countries. This is precisely why the American railway crisis affected the entire world. Moreover, the problem of overproduction is not only seen in the United States, but also in other European countries. Since Germany won the Franco-Prussian War, it has entered a period of rapid industrial economic development. After acquiring the extremely important industrial and mineral areas of Alsace and Lorraine in France, German industry has already had a fairly solid foundation. In addition, the 5 billion francs of funds that the French gave to Germany almost for free provided sufficient angel startup funds for the development of German industry. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if German industry did not develop at a blowout rate. The British are no worse. As the most powerful country in the world, Britain's industrial development speed is also relatively fast with Britain. It can be said that, except for France, which lost its industry and mineral resources after the Franco-Prussian War and had to pay a large amount of reparations, other European countries were basically developing rapidly. This also led to the European economy entering a period of prosperity starting in late 1871, and it was even more prosperous in 1872. This economic crisis is likely to affect Spain, and Carlo also attaches great importance to it. Spain also has a stock exchange. The Madrid Stock Exchange was established in 1831 and has a history of more than 40 years. However, compared with the exchanges in Vienna and London, the Madrid Stock Exchange is not large in scale and influence, which is good news. After all, the larger the stock exchange, the greater the impact it will be in an economic crisis. Even though a large amount of money flows in and out of the London and Vienna stock exchanges every day, when the economic crisis breaks out, there may be thousands of bankrupt companies. The economic crisis that broke out in 1873 is also considered a sign that capitalism changed from free development to monopoly. After the economic crisis, a large number of small and medium-sized private enterprises faced bankruptcy and were eventually acquired by larger enterprises. Monopoly giants emerged one after another during this economic crisis, and the capital of various countries also transformed from a large amount of small and medium-sized capital to large capital, and began to have a more profound impact on governments of various countries. Spain, which has the small industrial and economic scale, the impact of this economic crisis is ultimately limited. The economic crisis mainly broke out in the United States, and countries affected were relatively strong economies and industries such as Britain and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Spain does not have to worry too much about the impact of the economic crisis. Instead, it can take advantage of the opportunities brought about by the economic crisis to acquire some important foreign companies and enterprises, to attract some of the unemployed employees to come to Spain. It will be a good supplement to Spain's technical talents. At the same time, the means of production and some equipment of these companies and enterprises can also accelerate the development of Spanish industry. For the royal family, by purchasing these bankrupt companies at low prices and reorganizing them, they can form giants in various industries. First update, please support Chapter 124 The Coming Economic Crisis. After this economic crisis, the industries and economies of various countries will be sluggish for a period of time, and this period is also a good opportunity for Spain's industry and economy to catch up. Who should it catch up with? In fact, Spain's industry is currently at a mediocre level. It is a bit difficult to catch up with the big powers, but we have some advantages compared with countries like Belgium and the Netherlands. It is a bit difficult to choose a target to catch up with, but as the saying goes, slogans are shouted out. Whether or not we can catch up is not important. What is important is to shout out the slogans. Setting a more difficult goal for the Spanish people can also unite the people and make them work hard for this goal together. Before the economic crisis broke out, the stock markets in Europe and the United States experienced a period of prosperity. Carlo naturally would not miss this opportunity. This period of prosperity was also a good time for the royal family to make money. The boom period is still quite long. If we look at the historical development, this boom period will last at least one more year. During this period, any company registered and listed on the stock exchange can make a lot of money. Any business related to railways and industry can easily borrow large amounts of money from banks for construction. During this period, many countries did not have national banks to manage the banking industry and basically relied on private banks to issue government bonds. Although this has promoted economic prosperity, this prosperity is too free and undisciplined and is clearly not controlled by countries. The economic crisis broke out during this uncontrolled rapid economic and industrial development. Also, because it was difficult to control national power in the early stages, the impact was quite serious. The reason why the Spanish National Bank was established so early was to control the development of the Spanish economy in a timely manner and allow Spain to avoid the impact of the economic crisis as much as possible. Of course, it is impossible to avoid it completely, but every reduction in the impact will increase the possibility of Spain becoming stronger. After all, economic crisis is inevitable for every country. 1872. Carlo has had people enter the London Stock Exchange and the Vienna Stock Exchange to buy large quantities of shares of newly registered companies. During the economic boom, the value of these stocks will maintain a relatively stable growth. Basically, as long as you buy them, you will not lose money, which is why many investors are crazy about them. Of course, it was this madness that accelerated the outbreak of the economic crisis. In order to ensure that the royal family's money could be withdrawn safely from the stock exchange, Carlo ordered the Royal Security Intelligence Agency to investigate the situation in the United States and European countries. As long as the industrial and railway construction of various countries entered a period of stagnation, whether it was an accident or a precursor to an economic crisis, the royal capital had to be withdrawn from the major stock exchanges in Europe. Although temporary withdrawal may lead to a reduction in income, it is better than letting the money rot on the stock exchange after the economic crisis breaks out. It is worth mentioning that after the signing of the alliance treaty between Spain and Austria-Hungary, Spain not only welcomed some Austrian capital, but also many immigrants from Austria-Hungary. In any case, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was a populous country in Europe. In 1872, the population of the Austro-Hungarian Empire exceeded 37 million, which was more than twice the total population of Spain. Although the relatively stable environment has made some progress in Spain's population growth compared to the period of Queen Isabel, it is limited by the small total population size. The current total population of Spain is about 16.9 million. After welcoming a certain amount of immigrants from Italy and Austria-Hungary, Spain's population growth is expected to increase in the future. However, if we want to see Spain's population exceed 20 million, we may have to wait at least a dozen years. At present, the Spanish government has no plan to introduce immigrants on a large scale, and most of the immigrants introduced are technical talents, including those in education and medical fields. There is no other way. Spain is a multi-ethnic country. If more people from other ethnic groups are introduced, it will definitely affect the stability of Spain. Spaniards make up the majority of Spain's total population. Spain is also made up of Castilians and Aragonese. Spain will not allow large-scale immigration until the Catalans and Basques are completely assimilated. Of course, the exception is the population of former Spanish colonies in Latin America. In theory, those people also have Spanish ancestry, they also speak Spanish, and are more easily assimilated into Spaniards. Currently, more than 30% of the immigrants Spain receives each year come from Italy, nearly 20% from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and nearly 30% from other parts of Europe. Only 20% of the immigrants come from former colonies in Latin America. Although the colonies in Latin America have already gained independence, it is still necessary to establish good relations with these independent American countries. Its influence over these American countries. Spain would remain the third largest colonial power after Britain and France. This is also the reason why the United States launched the Spanish-American War in history. Although Spain lost most of its colonies in the Americas, it does not mean that Spain's influence disappeared. The dream of the United States is to build the entire America into its backyard. Naturally, it is impossible to allow a country with great influence like Spain to stand behind South American countries. But Carlo will not give the United States so many opportunities. When Spain becomes stronger in the future, if the Americans dared to challenge Spain's position, Carlo would not mind using the Americans to redemonstrate Spain's strength. Spain's weakness is relative. The current Spain is not a weak country, let alone Spain, after completing the reform and building a stronger industry and economy. Carlo was confident that Spain would regain its military strength at the level of a great power within 10 years and return to the throne of a great power within 20 years. There are still 40 years before the outbreak of World War I. By the time the world's First World War breaks out, Spain may have grown into a top power second only to Britain, France, and Germany, and will naturally be qualified to play on the world chessboard. Second update, please support. Chapter 125 Good Economic Data. The good news is that the current Spanish government is not short of money for the time being. The economic growth brought by industry and infrastructure is unpredictable, which has also enabled Spain's economy to take off rapidly. It was not until April 1872 that Carlo received the Spanish economic forecast data from the Spanish Finance Department, which showed a significant increase compared with the previous year. Seeing such exaggerated economic data, Carlo finally realized how harmful the Bourbon dynasty's foolish rule was to Spain. It can even be said without hesitation that Spain declined under the Bourbon dynasty. Although Spain was also weakening during the Habsburg dynasty, its overall strength was still at the level of a European hegemon. After the Bourbon dynasty came to power through the War of Succession, Spain began a long period of decline. Both Queen Isabella and her father, Ferdinand VII, were notorious incompetent kings in Spanish history. There is no need to say more about Queen Isabel. She was so lewd and immoral that even her own son Alfonso had blood problems. Queen Isabel's father, Ferdinand VII, was the most infamous king in Spanish history. Napoleon once supported his brother Joseph Bonaparte to become the King of Spain, but was strongly opposed by the Spanish. Finally, Ferdinand VII was restored to the throne with the permission of Napoleon, and the Bourbon dynasty resumed its rule in Spain. Ferdinand VII, who regained the throne, suppressed the Spanish revolutionaries extremely brutally, and his reign, after called Restoration the Dark Decade. What is more worth mentioning is that the independence of the Spanish-American colonies took place under the rule of Ferdinand VII. In addition, he forcibly violated the rules of the Bourbon dynasty and appointed his daughter Isabella as the heir to the throne instead of his original brother Carlos, which led to the Carlist War that plagued Spain for decades. It can be said that the decline of the Spanish dynasty is inseparable from the Bourbon family, and even more so from Ferdinand VII and Queen Isabella. The father and daughter ruled Spain for 54 years, turning Spain from a great power into a second strongest country in Europe. If it weren't for the accident of Carlo, the two mediocre kings Alfonso XII and XIII would have come to power one after another, making Spain completely lose hope of revival. However, this also shows the Spanish people's support and love for the monarchy. The extremely incompetent Bourbon dynasty in Spain persisted in its rule until many generations later. Although Spain became a republic many generations later, times in the middle, the fact that it was eventually restored has already proved the status of the Bourbon dynasty in the hearts of the Spaniards. In other words, the Spaniards of this era still quite recognize the monarchy. It was just that the Bourbon dynasty had ruled Spain for nearly 100 years, so the Spaniards' recognition of the monarchy was transferred to the Bourbon dynasty. One of the reasons why King Emanuele failed in history was that he lost Prime Minister Primo, the biggest supporter of his kingship, before he arrived in Spain. The second reason was that Emanuele did not fully face up to his responsibilities as the King of Spain. His Italian identity meant that he did not have much support in Spain. Coupled with the joint opposition of the Republicans and the Carlists, the Savoy dynasty only lasted a few years in Spain. But now it was different. Faction had been eliminated, and the Bourbon dynasty could no longer pose much of a threat to Carlo. Under Carlo's propaganda, even the uneducated Spanish peasants knew the pain that the corrupt and ignorant Bourbon dynasty had brought them. Reducing agricultural taxes and exempting tithes are the gifts that Carlo brings to all Spanish farmers, and are also the best way to improve his favorability. Due to the propaganda of a large number of newspapers, People may not know what Carlo looks like, but they must know that this young king from Italy issued a policy of reducing agricultural taxes and abolishing tithes. Compared with the previous reign of Queen Isabella, the conservative Spanish peasants naturally knew who to support. At least their taxes were actually reduced, which was also Carlo's best way to win the hearts of the people. Only when the peasants tasted the actual benefits would they know who they should be loyal to. As long as he could gain the support of these conservative peasants, Carlo's rule in Spain would be irreplaceable. The reason why Spain remained a monarchy in later generations was because of the support of so many conservatives for the monarchy. The peasants, who currently make up the majority of the population, support Carlo's rule in Spain, which is actually equivalent to most of Spain supporting Carlo's rule. With the support of these farmers, the remaining opposition, including from the church and the Republicans, could be easily dealt with. Moreover, the current church is by no means a monolithic entity. But the problem is that the Spanish church now has no real military power. All they have is countless land and wealth. It's like a fat sheep in front of a butcher holding a knife. In addition to fleeing in panic, perhaps all they can do is close their eyes and wait for the knife to come. It is impossible for the Pope to support them. Although the church is powerful in Spain, it is the least likely to influence or threaten the government. Of course, it would be a good thing if the church dared to incite rebellion. Carlo and Prime Minister Primo were trying to find a suitable excuse to take action against the church. Carlo's idea of establishing the Spanish archbishopric was not just an idea, but something he really wanted to do. The title of Spanish archbishop was precisely what Carlo used to win over the loyalists in the church and divide the church. After all, this is the true Spanish archbishop who has the power to control all Catholic churches and bishops in Spain. As for whether the Pope is willing to see an archbishopric established in Spain to control the Catholic Church in Spain, that is not something the Pope himself can decide. After all, the Pope is still in the Vatican, and the Catholic Church is a lamb to be slaughtered, not to mention the Spanish Church. Although Spain has not yet reached Carlo's ideal state, it has made great progress compared to the reign of Queen Isabella. The people trust the government. After all, various policies are promulgated by the current government, and the current government is a new government formed after the revolution. The people's hatred for the royal government during the Bourbon dynasty will naturally not be transferred to the current government. Thanks to the fact that Carlo was the king elected by the new government, the people's hatred towards the original king will not be transferred to Carlo the elected king to grasp power, but Carlo's influence has been increasing in his own layout, and there is hope that he will gain more power in the future. With the public's trust in the government's construction and reforms went much more smoothly. In 1871, Spain's GDP reached 6.6778 billion pesetas, an increase of more than 8% compared to 1870. This growth rate is quite normal. After all, there was still war in Spain in 1870, but Spain spent 1871 in a peaceful development. In 1871, Spain also received assistance from Italy and Austria-Hungary, and the government also received a large amount of low-interest loans, which is why the economy developed so strongly. Fiscal revenue also rarely exceeded 400 million pesetas, which was more than last year's fiscal expenditure, reaching a new high in fiscal revenue for the Spanish government, totaling 475.3 million pesetas. However, due to more industrial construction and the construction of railways and roads, Spain's total fiscal expenditure in 1871 also reached a new high of 512.5 million pesetas. The good news was that the fiscal deficit in 1871 was only 37.2 million pesetas, a decrease of more than 22 million from 1870. The increase in fiscal revenue was mainly due to the restoration of order in Cuba, which provided Spain with a large amount of income. In addition, the increase in people's actual income and the increase in jobs, brought about by a large number of infrastructure and industrial bases, have led to a continuous increase in government tax revenue. A few years ago, agricultural taxes accounted for the majority of the Spanish government's fiscal revenue. But now, industrial and financial taxes have also reached a considerable scale, which also means that Spain is transforming from an agricultural country to an industrial country. However, such a transformation cannot be completed in a few years. According to Spain's current progress, it can be built into an agricultural industrial country in the next 10 years. Perhaps after more than 20 years of struggle, Spain has the hope of completely getting rid of its agricultural status and becoming a strong industrial country. Most of the fiscal expenditure of more than 100 million pesetas in 1871, compared with 1870, was invested in the construction of railways and roads and the development of industry. Such an investment is obviously not a loss, and the funds will be fed back into the future economy and income of the Spanish government in various ways. Moreover, based on the current economic development of the Spanish government, both total fiscal expenditure and fiscal revenue in 1872 will increase. The reason why Spain's fiscal revenue is so small is largely due to the fact that Spain has a population of less than 17 million. Such a population is less than half of that of Germany, Austria-Hungary and France, nearly half of that of the United Kingdom, and more than half of that of Italy. Naturally, the government's total fiscal revenue cannot catch up with these powerful countries. The first update of significantly 3,000 words. Please support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.